Disclaimer. This video's information is being provided for informational, educational, and general interest purposes only. The information in this video is not intended to shock, enrage, or otherwise provoke the viewer. The sole purpose of this video was to raise awareness of true crime-related events. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
The breaking news comes from the Sheriff's Office. Police just released this video showing the arrest of one of their own. You can see the officer striking a woman in the face who was in handcuffs. That rookie officer has been fired and is now facing battery charges.
Channel 4's Scott Johnson is joining us live to tell us how this all unfolded. Scott.
Was stunning. She was initially arrested for being belligerent, where she had just taken a job and then quit at Scores nightclub on the south side. Then she was taken downtown here to the jail, and that's where this happened. Well, just watch the video here. It happened when she was handcuffed, and if you watch the video, you'll see she kicks the officer, and then his response is striking her multiple times. The officer's name is Akinyemi Borisade. He's a new officer who was still on probation with JSO because he was a new employee. He has now been fired and arrested himself for battery. I spoke with Undersheriff Pat Ivey about this, who says his actions were totally unacceptable and there are options to restrain a violent person in custody who's already handcuffed.
The corrections officers actually notified the sworn personnel, the police officers, supervisor who responded, and then the normal channels through our integrity and internal units got involved.
Has he had any problems in the past?
He is a probationary employee, and he has an unblemished record before now.
And this is the woman who was struck, Mayra Martinez. She's 31 years old. Police say it was her first day at the nightclub, and she quit and started drinking heavily before she left the club and was belligerent and violent as police arrived to take her into custody. Now, because Borisade was a probationary employee, he does not have the rights of a full-time JSO officer who can appeal a firing. He can do what's called a hearing to clear his name. If he's successful, he can still maybe become a cop somewhere else in the state of Florida, but he won't be getting a job again, it sounds like, at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, where I am live right outside the jail. Scott Johnson, Channel 4, the local station.
Scott, what about the other officers in the video? They appear to be just standing by watching while the officer struck her. Will any action be taken against them?
Good question, Mary. I asked about that. I didn't think to ask about it at the initial news conference because I had not yet seen this video. Now that I've seen it, I've put in a request to get that question answered here by the Sheriff's Office. We're awaiting a response. Now, we do know if you watch the video, which you can see at newsforjax.com, one officer does come up, put his hand on Officer Borisade to kind of, it appears like, diffuse the situation, but I have asked the question about the multiple men standing around watching this unfold.
911, what's your emergency?
Akinyemi Borisade, a former probationary patrol officer in Jacksonville, struck a plea agreement that spares him from having a criminal record for assaulting a woman while she was in handcuffs and under police custody. Borisade, 27, pleaded no contest earlier this week to a charge of simple battery, a first-degree misdemeanor, in the April beating of Mayra Alejandra Martinez, 31. The arrest gained media attention when videos surfaced of Borisade punching and kicking Martinez before she fell forward and hit the ground. As a condition of the plea, Borisade was given a one-day jail sentence, instructed not to speak with the victim, and fined in fees totaling $655. John Phillips, Martinez's lawyer, described the plea agreement as ridiculous. He intends to sue the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in court. According to Jacqueline Barnard, a spokeswoman for the state attorney's office, the sentence is typical for a misdemeanor battery case. Mr. Phillips' firm declined to provide any input, and the case was disposed of in a normal fashion, despite being asked for input regarding the disposition multiple times, according to Barnard. Phillips had requested that State Attorney Angela Corey step down from the case on the grounds that she is biased in favor of Borisade and against his client. Corey declined to back down. Phillips expressed his hope that the case would go on until Corey's departure from office in January on Wednesday. Earlier this year, Melissa Nelson, a former assistant state attorney, defeated her in the race for re-election. Phillips remarked, "But I had a feeling this would happen before she left office." He expressed his hope that Martinez, who is currently facing charges of trespassing, battery, and violently resisting police, would receive a similar plea agreement from the prosecution. In one video, Martinez can be seen approaching Borisade in the Duval County Jail's processing area before grabbing both of her arms and pinning her up against a wall. Martinez makes 2 attempts to kick the policeman. Martinez is struck in the stomach by Borisade's first 3 full swings of his right arm, with the next 2 strikes landing higher on her body. In one video, Martinez can be seen approaching Borisade in the Duval County Jail's processing area before grabbing both of her arms and pinning her up against a wall. Martinez makes 2 attempts to kick the policeman. Martinez is struck in the stomach by Borisade's first 3 full swings of his right arm, with the next 2 strikes landing higher on her body. As 2 officers arrest her, a second video captured at the scene shows her getting struck multiple times and having her face slammed into the pavement. Sheriff Mike Williams fired Borisade after the incident was made public. The sheriff referred to it as a setback for his organization. Martinez was the subject of a critical disposition statement released by the prosecution in June. It highlighted Martinez's prior criminal history, which included a drive-through restaurant robbery in 2004, a DUI in 2012, and disturbing the peace in 2014. On April 27th, Martinez started working at Score's Gentlemen's Club. On her first day, she got drunk and was told to leave by club staff. When she wouldn't leave, they called the police. Martinez allegedly tried to punch Borisade when he told her to leave the area, and when she persisted in being violent, Borisade eventually put her on the ground and punched her. This is according to the disposition statement. The statement claimed that while the video supported charges against Martinez, it did not support criminal charges against Borisade or any other officer. Martinez was hit by Borisade after she tried to kick him and disobeyed his orders to stand up against a wall. It was also stated that she was verbally abusive at the Duval County Jail and would not stay behind a yellow line. Martinez's actions, according to Phillips, did not excuse what Borisade did to her or the other staff members' decision to simply let her lie on the ground after Borisade had struck her. Additionally, he claimed that Corey's office was functioning as Borisade's defense lawyer and that Martinez's prior criminal and mental health history had no bearing on whether or not Borisade had committed a crime.
So you guys decide to head down to the jail. I'm guessing you're driving.
I am
her,
correct.
and I guess Borisade followed you.
Correct.
As a 35. You guys get to the jail. What route did you take? 95 north?
No, sir. I jumped on Phillips and took Phillips, and then jumped on 95 from all the way to the dead end of Phillips, and then jumped on 95 from there.
Gotcha. You guys get to the jail. What do you notice when you get to the jail? Like, how crowded was it, and what time did you arrive there, you think?
Oh, man. What time would we arrive there? 5:30 maybe?
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
I'm not 100%.
And what was the crowd like? Like, how many cars
It
were
was a decent crowd. There might have been 3 or 4 people waiting to get in.
Okay.
Suspects, inmates at this point, waiting to get in. I was able to park pretty much in front of the intake door.
Okay.
But there were multiple cars. Fortunately, I had to park up front towards the exit.
Okay, and I guess, so when you get to the jail, you guys go inside before you start completing the arrest report?
No, sir. We'd started on the arrest report then, actually.
Where at?
In the Sally Port.
Okay.
In the Sally Port,
Right.
yes, sir.
So...
Oh, that's what you mean. I'm
Yes,
sorry. We were
yeah.
in the Sally Port before we started,
Okay.
correct.
So, you guys are in the Sally Port, and then that's when you begin to complete the arrest docket.
Correct.
Let me ask you a question, and just to clear some things up. The arrest report. You did the arrest report. Who did the narrative?
Officer Borisade did the narrative.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I guess, tell me the reason why he did the narrative.
I think we're just thinking because she was hobbled, and just to in a way to expedite the process. He said he might actually send it through MDC. Would you like me to do the narrative? And I said that'd be perfect. I'll start on the blocks, and we'll knock that out.
Okay.
Now that we did review the narrative together.
Okay, not a problem. So you're doing the docket. You're checking in all the biographical stuff for her. He's doing the narrative. I guess at some point he sends you the narrative. You guys review it. You submit it. Who was the approving supervisor? You remember? Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever notify your supervisor of what you had prior to getting to the jail?
No, sir.
Okay.
It was he was. I believe that was the day he was on something. He told us he was going to be off the radio.
Okay.
And stuff for a while. So if we had anything, send it to somebody else.
Gotcha. So you guys complete the docket. It gets approved. How long do you think that process took?
It seemed like it took a while. It had to have taken a good hour and a half.
Okay.
Because I had a robbery deployment to be on at 7. I ended up showing up a few minutes late because of it. So.
Okay. And so the entire time, was she in the car? Or did you guys let her out?
She was in the car the entire time.
Okay, that you guys were completing the docket.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Sounds good. So docket's approved now, and she's about to exit. What side of the vehicle did she exit on?
The driver's side.
Okay. And at that time, she had the hobble on. Who decided to take the hobble off?
I did.
Okay.
I spoke with. She had actually started to calm down quite a bit at this point.
Yes, sir.
She was, for once, being pretty quiet in the back seat, not saying much. At least if she was saying anything, it wasn't profanities. I opened the back door and I said, look, we can take the hobble off if you continue to cooperate. We'll remove this for you. That way you don't have to hop up to the front door. And we'll, let your legs breathe or whatever. And she agreed. She said, okay.
Okay. Cool. So you take the hobble off. Do you give it back to Borisade, or you held
I
on
actually
to it?
went and put it in his car. I told him, I said, hey, I'm going to place it in your car.
Okay.
So I did.
So now it's coming close to, I'm guessing if you're saying you guys get there 5:30, you have the deployment around 7 o'clock. Tell me about the determination for you to leave and him to stay with Ms. Martinez.
Well, I told him, I said, I have a robbery deployment to be on at 7. I'm already late, and I hate being late for those things. But I just said, you're the second arresting officer on the docket. I said, would you mind staying? You can, sign the docket. And he said, yeah, absolutely. That's fine. Go do your thing.
Gotcha.
So, yes, sir.
And when you left them, how was she acting while standing in the Sally Port waiting to be admitted into the jail?
I wasn't there long. I don't remember her acting out at all.
Okay.
But I wasn't there very long to watch or observe.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, you were not there for the entire incident that led up to the altercation between...
No, sir.
Okay, because you had already left at that time.
Yes, sir.
Were you concerned about any of the use of force at the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What concerned you?
There's quite a few punches thrown.
Okay. And when you say quite a few, what are you talking about? The number, the areas that the punches were thrown to?
No, the number.
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a lot of punches, more so attempting to control her arm and detain her.
Okay. So you're concerned about the number of punches thrown, not the area that they were thrown.
A lot of the ones that I saw were mainly to the back and side. It seemed like a pain compliance, but I think a combination of the number and then where they were thrown could have concerned me, such as you throw a few punches to the back or whatever, and to give a little pain compliance, and to get her hand removed is fine. Continuous side back, I think is what kind of triggered
A little
maybe this
concern for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but when he's striking her or punching her, the handcuffs were not on yet, correct?
They were not on yet,
Okay,
yes, sir.
and she was not compliant. She was still resisting you guys' demands for give me your hands, give me your hands.
I had her left hand with the cuff behind her, but the right arm was not.
Right. So the strikes was probably to get her to, I guess, take her hand from in front of her to surrender
sir.
to you guys' instructions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it was in the back and in the side.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Did you tell someone that about the strikes?
I called Sergeant Weeks.
Okay.
About the time I went into the robbery deployment.
Yes, sir.
I just called him real quick, just a quick concern.
Okay.
And a heads up.
And what was your concern?
Basically what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I just said, there was. I just said I want to talk to you about something, and he asked, just kind of briefly, what, and I said, with the incident and the arrest that we were just on, and I said, and I just said, with force and stuff used, and he said, "Oh, you talking about with Officer Borisade?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "I'm fully aware of it, but thank you for contacting me."
Okay.
The gist of.
And that was about 7 o'clock, right before you went into your meeting for stakeouts.
It was. I was still a few minutes late,
No
5,
problem.
10 minutes late, so it was somewhere around there, just after 7, maybe.
Okay. All right. And you notified him by phone, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And like we said, you did the docket, he did the narrative. You guys both read it and approved it. What at the parking lot of Scores, did the actions of you guys begin to create a crowd, or?
No, sir. I don't remember a crowd at all. I remember a white truck pulling up right about the time we took her down, and then I remember him still there. Actually, when I told you that time that we got her detained, and I just kind of took that breather.
Yes, sir.
And I remember him still there at that time, but there was no. I don't remember anybody outside. But I was so focused on her trying to get her detained. But even after the fact, I don't remember anybody outside.
Okay, and you are aware of the video that came out yesterday inside the Sally Port.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you: were you aware about the other video of the parking lot? Did somebody call you this morning and let you know?
I was called. I was called about it last night. Actually,
Okay.
yeah, I called about it last night.
Somebody, because it was at the bottom of a news article or something of that
Yes,
nature.
sir.
Who notified you of it?
It was a fellow officer of mine.
Okay.
A friend of mine.
Just kind of wanted you to see, like, hey, bro, this is probably gonna happen.
It just said, hey, this video has come out, and everything. So.
Well, let me ask you a question. Now, because we've reviewed the video as well. Looking at the video, tell me your opinion of looking at the video. Was it the same as the concerns that you communicated to Sergeant Weeks?
There were some things that were missed on
Okay.
my end that I didn't see. I don't know if it was adrenaline or maybe the few times that I looked up to the radio and contact to call for backup, but there were some more that I didn't see. That I didn't communicate to him at first.
Okay. But all in all, and look, I'm not here to. What am I trying to be, the moral police? Okay.
Yes, sir.
You guys are taking a person into custody who you guys had to respond to because of her level of intoxication, and she's not being compliant with her supervisors who terminated her and asked her to leave the premises. So as a result, you guys respond. While affecting an arrest, at some point, you guys were not able to get both handcuffs on And if she's swinging it as a weapon, like I said, I don't think the video showed that portion.
No, sir.
So of course, you know how these things are.
Of course.
You get the juicy part, but you don't get the whole picture. Okay,
Yes,
so that will be for supervisors to determine. But look, when you're effecting an arrest and people are non-compliant, okay, and actively physically resisting, okay, sometimes things look bad, but are they justified? You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
So, but what you did by calling Sergeant Weeks was the appropriate response for
Yes,
everything, because all you wanted to do was, hey, Sarge, FYI,
Yes, sir.
you know, I may not have agreed with everything, but we were making an arrest. So,
Yes, sir.
you know, I'm just keeping you in a loop in case you get questions. So that's fair enough. Did you ask her, was she on any drugs?
I didn't ask her if she was on any drugs.
Did you ask her how much she had to drink?
All she said was 1 cocktail, is all she told me.
Okay. What about, and you didn't speak with management. Did Officer Borisade and you communicate when he came out of the business after speaking to management before you guys approached her?
About just anything?
Like
or
the
just-
reasons why management wanted her gone.
The only thing I got from him, and I honestly couldn't tell you when it was that I got this from him, but he just said she was fired because she came to work drunk.
Okay. So she came to work drunk is what? Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
What in your short time out there, because you guys have just been out there for like 2 months, which is probably the equivalent of a couple of work cycles.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever responded to any of the calls with Officer Borisade?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about it. Was any of those calls you having to go hands on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One previous, yes, sir.
Was-
just one, yes, sir.
Was it a situation that got out of control, or
No, sir, not at all. It was well, I say out of control. It was a domestic situation, where we were trying to detain the husband,
Okay.
for domestic battery, felony domestic battery, and he resisted. The wife wanted to come out and save husband.
and everything was acted within policy and procedure?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay, nothing
Yes, sir.
stepping outside of bounds.
No, sir.
So you've handled calls with him before, and it's gone well. But when crap hits the fan, things happen,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir. But
So, was there any other concerns that you had other than the amount of strikes that was used during the arrest? Was anything said? Anything racially? Anything derogatory?
nothing that I heard from him. No, sir.
Okay. Did he ever, and I know you said you was yelling, "Calm down, calm down, give me your hands." Did you hear him yelling anything? Was anybody yelling, "Stop resisting"?
I don't want to tell you yes because I'm not 100%.
Right.
I was so into, getting her detained that with the adrenaline going, I couldn't say for sure. No,
Yeah.
sir.
So you see how that tunnel vision starts to work?
It does.
Auditory, visual
Absolutely.
exclusion and stuff like that. Yeah, because you guys are doing what police officers do on a daily basis. It's a dangerous damn job.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and 99% of the times we go to these calls and nothing happens and it's peaceful, and then you get that 1% where you go to a call 4:00 in the afternoon to remove somebody from the premises, and I don't think anybody signed up for, oh my God, this is going to get as bad as it did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us right now?
No, sir.
Do you have any questions, Detective Green?
Not at all.
All right, stand by. Let me just speak with my lieutenant and see if there's anything else that we need
Yes, sir.
to get clarified and stuff like that, and be with you, and then you can get out of here, all right?
Okay. Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
Not
Yes,
a
sir.
problem, sir. Stand by.
Yes, sir.
Stand by.
Yes, sir. No, I was just saying that.
Oh,
There was
okay.
this courtesy. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, man.
No, yes, sir.
right, just a couple more quick questions. So you can sit down, man.
Yeah, you gotta get
How old are you?
I'm sorry, I'm 28. So
Your mom raised you right. Mom and dad raised you right.
Mom and dad raised me very right. Absolutely, yes, sir.
And you keep that. You never lose that, even though we deal with the job that we deal with. Okay.
Yes, sir.
When did you complete your RTR report?
Yesterday, last night.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you watch the video of the Scores parking lot prior to completing your RTR?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you reference anything from the video to base your narrative for the report?
As far as...
Or was it independent?
No, I really went into the RTR as independent as possible.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to say that, seeing the video. I saw the video, but I went in thinking from the time of the incident.
Okay.
Looking at
You said you actually missed some things on that you seen on the video that you missed. I guess
at the time that happened.
Right. What exactly are you talking about?
I think there was a point where he actually pushed her face or whatever into the ground.
Okay.
Maybe once, maybe a couple times.
Okay.
And I didn't see that at the time that it happened.
Okay. I'm trying to. All right. I want to ask this correct. Okay. So basically, what you're saying you missed was him pushing her head into the ground. What was the reason why you think he would have done that?
Man, I wish I could tell you.
Okay.
I really do. I don't know.
How many fights have you been in your life? Physical fights?
Oh, man. I haven't been in any off-duty or any outside of the course of the job.
Okay.
And during the course of the job with corrections in here, man, I don't know, 5, 6 maybe.
So, and all the fights you've had, are you starting now to notice the tunnel vision you get?
Absolutely. I mean, I still struggle with tunnel vision when fighting out.
We all do.
We all do. It's human nature.
That's the body,
yeah.
right? That's the body. And I mean, you got the SWAT guys that they train us how to fight it and do a lot better job as us who don't get that training. But because what I'm trying to decipher was, did you miss what you didn't see on the video because you just didn't want to see it, or is it because, hell, you guys are both boogieing and trying to take care of business to get her to stop resisting?
No, sir. I think it was straight adrenaline.
Okay.
There's just some things that I just missed, and when I look back at the video, I know when he pushed her head into the ground, I was trying to communicate over the radio at that point. So I think with just holding her down, trying to communicate over the radio, I think my mind was just elsewhere, and whether, I just didn't see it.
Okay.
Or it didn't register.
And so you never even noticed that until the video.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
What'd you think when you seen it on video?
It was tough to watch. Yeah. Even being a buddy of mine.
Okay. Do you agree, disagree, or?
Disagree.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, something. First of all, because I can see you getting emotional. Because like I said, this was emotional for a bunch of us. Because I'll be the first to tell you guys, I commend you for what you do. I think the world of what you do, and you don't have a lot of heroes that will sign up to do what we did. Okay? So first things first, don't you ever second guess yourself on this job. Because that'll get you killed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We can do all this Monday morning quarterbacking that we want to do, and the outside world can do the same thing, but they don't have the balls to sign up to do what we did. All right? So you guys stand up for that and understand something. Okay? When you get into these kind of situations, it can turn very ugly very fast. And I guess in your training is why they tell you, let's get this crap over as fast as possible. Okay? And a lot of times, when we see people that are smaller than us or bigger than us, it might get us to react differently. I will ask you a question from your training to now actually you see it on the streets, because you're no longer in a sterile environment. You don't get to land on the mat when you're on the ground fighting somebody. You guys are landing on hard pavement. So if you slam somebody's head on the mat, it may not look as hard. When you slam somebody's head on the pavement and you see it from a dash cam, it looks bad. What didn't you notice on that dash cam? Tell me what you didn't see on that dash cam.
I did not see.
Yeah.
Before her fighting us before.
Absolutely.
The reason why we took her to the ground.
Correct. Do you see her flailing the handcuff to strike you guys? You're not going to see that because, yet again, vantage point, and yet again, it's when somebody decided to start filming it. So that's what we do. Okay, we'll sit here and be the Monday morning quarterback, but I don't ever want you or any of the officers out there working doing anything excessive. But at the same time, you guys got to handle business, okay? Because if not, you'll end up getting hurt. Okay, and you got to remember that. So that's not what's being seen. And the head slamming, yeah, you might not agree with it, because when we start looking back at it and now we get to see it in a different light while you're calm, there's no tunnel vision. Hey, I can't tell you why he did what he did, okay? But I would tell you, when you're in a fight,
things happen.
Things happen, okay? And sometimes like they tell you in the academy, revert back to your training, okay? You guys have been on 2 months. Okay, so other than the academy, what other training did you have to deal with this stuff? You don't have that. Okay, so sometimes people revert back to fighting and doing what they would normally do. You get up and you get her up and she kicks at you. When she kicked at you, I guess you said something earlier about you trying to push her hands up. Remember?
Oh, yeah, that was afterwards, and I was trying to transport her to the car.
Okay.
Just kind of, yeah, sir.
So when she kicks you, what happens then?
Stand her up, she kicks. You know, I think at that point I just really tried pulling her to the car. I think it was just, get her in the car and get her secure.
Did you notice Officer Borisade slamming her head in the car?
No, I didn't notice any of that. I remember grabbing her and pulling her to the car.
Okay.
And putting her in. I honestly don't remember, no, sir.
So you told me earlier in the interview there was a time that she tried to back kick you, or mule kick you.
When we stood her up, yes,
right.
Sir.
And then there was one that she did kick you, and she possibly contacted you.
I'm not sure where we're getting to them at. I mean, I know she was kicking when we were originally trying to get her handcuffs, and she was originally stood up before she was on the ground.
Okay.
I know she was kicking. And then she mule kicked when I had her stood up in handcuffs and was about to take her to the car.
Okay.
I remember by video that making contact, but I think that was strictly from video. I don't remember anything.
Could have kicked you, your adrenaline was rushing.
Absolutely, I don't remember feeling anything that she actually did.
Yep. And this is what happens. Trying to think what else. Yeah, because I know the RTR report was a little bit different than the arrest report.
I think it's taking time to have everything settle in and, getting, well, not getting much sleep over it, but, kind of laying in bed and just thinking things start coming together for me again.
Did you disagree with anything that was written on the narrative of the arrest report? Was there anything left out? Was there anything that should have been added?
I think I looked over at him and I made some corrections. As far as I think he put in there at one point that she kicked us, and I said, you know what, man, I don't remember actually getting kicked. I don't want to put that,
right?
Because I don't remember getting kicked. So it was little things like that. But as far as disagreeing with, I didn't have any questions like, why'd you put this in here? I just remember saying, I'd rather not put that in there because I don't necessarily remember getting kicked, so I don't want to put that in there.
Right. So so you take out something that actually happened. Now that you look at the video,
I mean,
you see what I'm saying? But it's just because, yet again, your perception, vantage point, but also too, you're now after the environment where you're fighting someone, versus you being in an environment an hour and a half later completing the report.
Yes, sir.
Now you're in a sterile situation. She's in the backseat of the car. You're up front. You got an opportunity to breathe, probably get something to drink. So you actually took something out that actually happened. So, yet again, so sometimes when you write RTR, if you look at the video, or when you write the arrest report, sometimes we don't want to embellish, we don't want to put things in, but yet you took out something that was pertinent. But it's understandable because you don't remember. Exactly. And a lot of times you won't remember until you see a video. So what we're just trying to do is make sure that we clear that video up.
Absolutely.
So, because like I said, just like the news media, they get to see a snippet of what happened at the Sally Port. And like the only thing we get to see from the dash cam is what someone provided. But like I said, we don't see a whole bunch of the fighting before y'all go to the ground. We don't see her flailing and swinging with one handcuff on and you trying to wrestle her to get another hand. We don't see all of that. So, you know, sometimes it's a small picture of an actual big story.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, stand by one more time. Let me just make sure I speak with LT and
You're
then
fine.
we'll get you out of here.
All right.
Let me
Thank
get you another water, brother.
That'd be great. Thank you so
All right.
much.
All right, brother.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
last question, and we'll let you get out of here.
Okay,
when you watch when you watch the video from the dash cam that you saw from the scores, and you said you noticed him slam her head or push her head into the ground, was there any reason you didn't document that as a part of your RTR narrative?
You know, because from the video, it's, you know, I'm getting up and getting on the radio. Like I told you before, I was trying to document as much as possible of what I kind of got from the incident, from the time that happened, and I'm sure the video played a role in kind of what refreshed my memory.
Okay.
But because of the way I was on the radio and looking up, and I don't think that refreshed my memory. I think that was something that I strictly got from the video.
Okay.
And I was trying to be really careful what I put in it, because I don't, you know, I didn't want to come across as, you know, like I saw something when I really wouldn't have. Just the way, you know, I was sitting up and looking away trying to get over the radio.
Okay.
I just didn't want to put anything in there that I didn't think I would have
That you
seen at the
didn't
time.
independently
Yes, sir.
recall from your knowledge or based on the video. And in the
Correct.
future, if that does happen, okay, because it's
Yes,
just
sir.
like when we testify in court and stuff like that,
Yes, sir.
there's things we recollect, and then there's things that I don't recall, but according to the video or
Okay.
the interview, this is what was said.
Okay.
So you may want to document that
Okay.
way, like, hey, look, I don't remember this happening, but after seeing the video, this happened.
Yes, sir.
So
Okay. Alrighty.
and that was
will.
it. And yet again, I will tell you, okay, whatever you do not let this incident or the results of this incident cause you to not act appropriately.
Okay.
Within policy and procedure,
Absolutely.
okay, and the guidelines that you get, Florida State statute, don't fail to act
Mm-hmm.
because you're scared of what may have happened to Officer Borisade. You and Officer Borisade, you responded to the same scene, you dealt with the same suspect, but your actions were independent.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want you to remember that for the future, because
Thank you.
you know, look, officers may lose their jobs, but I hate to see an officer lose his life because they fail to act.
Absolutely.
All righty?
Absolutely.
All right. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
I
a lot,
appreciate
sir.
it.
You too.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Who moved in City Gate?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot to email you.
You forgot to
about
email me.
that.
Who
I
moved
know.
in?
I didn't know. I don't know.
Isn't your girlfriend Kate? Isn't Kate your
No.
wife's friend?
Oh, I was about to say, don't tell my girlfriend.
Oh no, not
My
your
wife would
girlfriend.
get
Your
mad.
wife's girlfriend.
Yes.
So
I
she
need to
didn't.
find out.
I was just wondering who moved in. I don't know who.
I never did find out. I need to
I
find
thought
out.
you should have just did her because it was like secretly on the other.
We are on the record and the time is 10:26. Today is March 2nd, 2020. This is the video deposition of N.H. Vickery and the matter of Myra Martinez versus Sheriff Mike Williams et al. Would counsel please identify themselves for the record, and the court reporter will swear in the witness.
Kirby Johnson on behalf of the plaintiff, Myra Martinez.
Sean Granite for defendants Vickery, Andres, and Chastain.
Gabby Young on behalf of the sheriff, Mike Williams.
With the gentleman on the phone.
Sean Cologne from the law office of Luke Luro on behalf of Emperor's Inc. Doing business at Scores. John Phillips also on behalf of the plaintiff.
If you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, Officer Vickery. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Nathan Harrison Vickery.
Thank you. And now, it's Officer Vickery, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Officer Vickery, I think I know the answer to this, but have you ever had your deposition taken before?
I have.
Okay. When's the last time you had your deposition taken?
In this case was 2000, I believe it was 16.
Okay, so it's been a little bit of time. Just before we begin, I'll just go over some general ground rules with you. As you can see, we have a court reporter here. She's typing down everything that's being said. She's very good at what she does, and she can type down extremely fast. But one thing that she can't do is type down when two people are talking at the same time. And so throughout the course of this deposition, you may know where I'm going with my question, and it's just natural in conversation to answer it before I've completed my question. However, because she's typing everything down, I just ask that you let me complete my question before you provide an answer.
Okay.
Okay, very good. And if you would provide verbal responses just like you did that
okay.
too. All right, very good. If at any point in time you need to take a break, please just let me know. Would be happy to accommodate. The only thing is if there's a pending question, I ask that you just answer the question before we take a break.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Officer Vickery, have you reviewed anything prior to today's deposition?
I have.
Okay, and what have you reviewed?
The arrest docket, the RTR, the video of integrity interview, the video of the parking lot, and my previous deposition.
Okay. Officer Vickery, can you tell me what is your date of birth?
7/17/87.
And what is your current address?
Business address.
Correct.
501 East Bay Street.
Thank you. Are you married?
I am.
Okay. Do you have any children?
I do.
And how old? How many?
1.
And how old?
18 months.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about your educational history?
Graduated from high school, have a little over 60 hours of college credits.
Where'd you go to high school?
I was actually homeschooled.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
And you said you had some college credit?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go? Where did you attend college?
FSCJ.
And how many credits was that? I'm sorry.
I was a little over 60.
A little over 60?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have, what were you studying at SCJ?
It was criminal justice technologies.
And you did not graduate from FSCJ?
Not with associates, no, sir.
Okay. Following FSCJ, where did you go after that?
I was actually currently working for JSO when I was doing that.
Okay. So you were working for JSO when you were going to school at FSCJ?
Correct.
What were you doing at JSO?
Community service officer.
When did you start as a community service officer?
September 18th of 2006.
And what were some of your job duties as a community service officer?
Traffic control, traffic crashes, writing the reports, writing citations for those that when they applied, traffic control for special events, JAGS games, monster truck, that sort of thing.
Okay. So it was centered primarily around traffic?
Correct.
Okay. How long were you a CSO?
From September of 2006 to, it was about 4.5 years, so it would have been April of 2011.
Did you have any training to be a CSO?
We went through, it was if I'm estimating, I think it was approximately 4-month academy.
Could we, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but could we take a short break, please?
Certainly.
Thanks.
Off the record at 10:31. We're back on the record at 10:47.
All right, Officer Vickery, I think we had just left off. You told me that you did a 4-month training at the academy for your CSO?
I believe it was approximately 4 months.
Okay. Can you tell me generally how that training, what that training entailed?
It was the majority of traffic-related things, such as traffic crash reports, even scenario-based traffic crashes. We had, I believe it was 40 hours of very basic defensive tactics because we didn't have any, pepper spray or taser, or OC spray or taser, anything to that nature.
Okay.
So.
Okay. As your time as a community service officer, were you ever in any sort of physical altercation with any Any individuals?
I think I put my hands on one person that about in the 4.5 years.
Okay. Okay. Did you strike that person?
No, sir.
Okay.
This is Mary Margaret G. for Office of General Counsel.
Okay. Officer Vickery, after you left, well, you worked for the CSO for 4.5 years. Where did you work after that?
I went to corrections.
Okay. Did you have any additional training when you made the transition?
I did. There was another academy.
Okay. I should have asked you this earlier, but the academy that you went to for the CSO, was that specifically for community service officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you did some more training when you transitioned to become a corrections officer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now tell me about the training that you took when you became a corrections officer.
It was approximately a 6-month period, and we went through training specific to correctional facilities and how to handle inmates and those sort of things.
Okay. How long were you a corrections officer?
It was close to another 4.5 years approximately. It was April of 11 to August of 15.
In August of 2015, you left the corrections officer. Where did you go next?
To the police academy.
And that is to become a full-time police officer?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is the police academy that you went to become a police officer different from the academies that you went to for both the CSO and for the corrections?
It would have, I dropped into what they call the orientation class, so it would have been, I already had my law enforcement, basic law enforcement certification at that point, and so I went in just for the JSO specific portion of the academy.
And what does the JSO specific portion of the academy entail, if you can recall?
It's specific to JSO documents, our report writing system, our dispatch system, our policies and procedures.
Did you say writing?
Yeah, like report writing.
Okay.
Correct.
And then policy and procedures specific to JSO?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other training specifically in regards to use of force?
There's a policy and procedure outline for that.
Okay. Can you tell me, well, did you learn that at the academy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did they teach you about the policy and procedures behind using force at the academy?
Objection to form. Good answer.
Specific to what?
Specific to the use of force.
Oh, well, there's deadly and non-deadly force.
Non-deadly.
Objection to form. Good answer.
It's force that does not cause great bodily harm or is not intended to cause great bodily harm or death.
Do you recall what JSO's specific policy and procedure is in regards to when you can use non-deadly force?
When someone's under arrest and you have to use that force to overcome their resistance.
Okay. Was there any physical training at the academy that you went to?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of that physical training involve a scenario, a training sort of simulation that would mirror someone who would be using or someone who would be resisting arrest, and then you would have to practice using the deadly force or non-deadly force?
Yes, to a certain extent, there would be.
Okay. And how long did that happen? How long did that training go on?
That was by FDLE standards, 80 hours.
Okay. Can you kind of just go into more detail for me as to what that training entailed for those 80 hours?
It involved takedown techniques, handcuffing techniques, standard striking, whether it be punches or kicks.
Okay. How long were you in the academy from the time that you left the corrections to the time that you became a police officer?
I believe it was approximately 9 weeks.
And did you graduate from the academy?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from the academy?
I don't recall the date. It was approximately 9 weeks after.
Okay. But you started in August?
Yes, sir.
Of 2015?
Correct.
So just doing the math, would that have been sometime maybe around February of 2016?
That would have been when I completed my field training.
Okay. Okay.
So actually being out of the academy was 9 weeks from August. Whatever the date was in August that I started.
Okay. So you go to the police academy for 9 weeks, and then presumably you start your field training?
Correct.
Tell me about your field training and what all that entailed.
It is 4 phases. 3 different training officers. And I don't remember the exact period of time. It's usually around 3 work cycles apiece. So about 15 days, if I'm guessing right.
And what would you be doing during this field training?
Riding with an officer, so handling calls for service.
Were you the one actually responding to the calls, or were you riding along with an officer who was responding to the calls?
So each phase gradually gets more and more involved.
Okay.
So day 1, I'd be riding next to him. He'd be, I would talk to people, but he would kind of drive the call. And then the last phase, it would be me handling everything and him observing.
Very good. And I think you said there were 4 phases?
Correct.
Okay. And 3 different training officers?
That's correct.
Do you recall the names of your training officers?
Officer O'Neill was the first one. Officer Kathman was the second. And then Officer Scarborough was the third. And then back to Officer O'Neill for the 4th phase.
Okay. And the field training was approximately 15 days?
For each one, for each cycle.
For each phase?
For each phase, excuse me.
Okay, very good. So 4 phases, 15 days a piece approximately, so about 2 months, 60 days or so?
Sounds close.
Okay, all right, very good. And when did you complete your field training?
It was the beginning of February.
February of 2016?
Correct.
All right. During your field training, was there ever an instance where where either you or your officer that was training you had to use force on a suspect or an arrestee?
One, if I remember right.
Do you mind describing that event for me?
Somebody that was trespassing from a convenience store. He refused to leave, and so he was taken into custody, but not before he attempted to pull away and trying to avoid arrest.
And which of your training officers was with you during this time?
Officer Scarborough.
And did you apply any force, or did Officer Scarborough apply the force during this incident?
It was Officer Scarborough.
Okay. Can you describe to me what you saw Officer Scarborough doing during this, while he was using force?
It just involved him putting his arm behind his back and throwing, not throwing is the incorrect word, pushing him up against the car to use the car as a barrier to get his hands behind his back.
Okay. Did you witness Officer Scarborough strike that individual?
No.
And did you... Okay. Officer Scarborough, he didn't You didn't witness Officer Scarborough put that the suspect's face into the ground or anything like that?
No.
Was that the only incident of force that you witnessed during your training?
That I can remember, yes, sir.
Okay. Fair enough. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk to you more specifically about what we're here to talk about, and that is the incident that occurred within the Scores parking lot on or about April 27th, 2016. Are you familiar with this incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you from questions. I want you to answer them from your perspective, okay, from what you can recall.
Okay.
Officer Vickery, when were you first notified of the, when were you first told that you needed to go to Scores or dispatched to go to Scores?
It would have been the day of by our dispatch via radio.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time that may have been?
I couldn't give you a time.
Okay. And I think I have here, we'll mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
You mean one?
One, I'm sorry.
Here you go.
Thank you. Would you like to?
No, I saw it. Thank you.
All right. Officer Vickery, I'm going to have you look at that. Are you familiar with what this, have you seen this document before?
Not in this exact format, but... Sure.
Can you tell me what information does that page tell us there?
It says the complainant versus a drunk or on drugs employee refusing to leave.
Okay. Specifically, Officer Vickery, if you look at the top one here, I believe it says 16-04-27, incident initiated by Tamika Spalding. Would that be the 911 call from Scores to JSO?
If I had to guess, that might be the receiving officer.
Okay. All right. Now I want to go down here, and I have circled. Well, let's talk about the time here. It says next to that, it says 16:51, which would have been about 4:51. Do you see that right next to the circle there?
Yeah, 452. 1652?
16.
Is that the one?
Yes. 16:52. Yes. Okay. All right. And then the next circle here that I've got on this, it says 16-04-27, and the time is 16:53. Can you tell me what happened at that time, based on this report?
It'd be Officer Borisade arriving on the scene.
Okay. And then, so that would have been at 4:53?
Correct.
PM. All right. And then this one right here, it looks like at 16:59, which would have been 6 minutes later. Did you arrive on the scene? Is that what that says?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. So, just to be clear, you received a call from dispatch, and do you remember the signals that dispatch rang out to you?
I read them from that sheet.
Okay. And what were the signals that were given from dispatch?
The actual number signals, 63 is how it came out.
63. And what does a signal 63 mean?
Dispute.
Okay. Was there also a signal 2?
Yes, sir, in the comments.
Okay. And what is a signal 2?
A drunk person.
Okay. So from the dispatch call, you were aware that you needed to go to Scores because there was an impaired, well, were you aware that there was an impaired or intoxicated person there at the time?
Just from the dispatch screen.
Just from the dispatch screen, okay. And you were aware that there was a dispute going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a signal for a trespass?
Now there is, not then.
Okay. How would you have signaled a trespass?
Then
Yes.
it all came under 63, so under dispute.
Okay. All right. And what is it now? What is the signal now for a trespass?
68.
All right. So when you got this signal, 63, all you knew is that it was an impaired person there and there was a dispute. You did not necessarily go there knowing that this was a trespass situation. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, with the assumption, because it did say refusing to leave.
Okay.
But
All right. So you get the call, and Officer Borisade gets the call as well. Is that correct?
correct.
And then Officer Borisade arrives at approximately 4:53, and then you arrive approximately 6 minutes later at 4:59. Does that sound about right?
I believe that's what we read off the paper, yes, sir.
Very good. I want you to tell me what you witness upon arriving to the Scores parking lot.
I saw Officer Borisade's patrol vehicle, and then I saw Miss Martinez sitting on the curve of the parking lot.
Okay. Did you see Officer Borisade at that time?
No, I believe he was inside the business at that time.
Where was Miss Martinez?
She was sitting on the sidewalk in front of the business.
What was she doing?
She was sitting on the curb.
Just sitting on the curb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was she wasn't screaming, she wasn't yelling?
Not at this point, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you witness any other individuals at the scene?
I didn't see anybody else at this point.
Okay. Did you, at any point, see anybody else at the Scores parking lot?
Officer Borisade came out of the business.
Okay. When did Officer Borisade come out of the business?
It was sometime after I arrived.
Okay. So you arrive, Miss Martinez is sitting on the curb. Do you have a conversation with Miss Martinez?
I do.
And tell me about that conversation.
Just the questions that you start out asking someone when you arrive at the scene, what's going on, what's happening.
Okay. And what do you recall what Miss Martinez told you?
She was upset about being fired on her first day of work.
Okay. She was upset about being fired from her first day of work. Was she, okay. Did you ask her any other questions?
I couldn't tell you specific questions.
Okay. Was it during this conversation that Officer Borisade came out?
At some point, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, how long were you talking to Miss Martinez before Officer Borisade came out, approximately?
That would be a complete guess and estimate. If I had to estimate, a couple of minutes.
Okay, fair enough. And I know that this happened a long time ago, so that's fair enough. Yeah. Okay, so Officer Borisade exits the establishment. Does he say something to you? Do you say something to him? How does that conversation begin?
I don't remember if he came out and jumped in the conversation with Miss Martinez and I, or if we spoke privately.
Okay. So you don't recall, well, let me ask you, do you recall what Officer Borisade and you discussed after he came outside of the building?
At some point we discussed the trespass.
Okay. At some point, was that while Miss Martinez was still on the curb?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recall specifically from that conversation about the trespass?
That the business requested that she be trespassed.
And that's what Officer Borisade told you?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to anybody who worked for the business?
I did not.
So to the best of your knowledge, the entirety of your belief that she should have been removed from the property was based upon what Officer Borisade had told you?
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't talk to the manager or any other workers that were there?
No.
At any point in time?
No.
Okay. Do you recall specifically what Officer Borisade told you about what the managers may have said about Miss Martinez?
Not specifics that I can remember.
Okay. Generally, can you remember anything generally then that he told you about about the conversation that Officer Borisade may have had with the owner or patrons within inside the building?
Something about her disturbing patrons outside the business.
Okay. Did Officer Borisade affirmatively tell you that the manager requested that she be trespassed?
When he came outside, he told me that management would like her trespassed.
Okay. All right. Did he say that in the presence of Miss Martinez? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
Okay. At some point, after you were made aware that the owners of the building would like her to leave, what did you do next?
She was, at that point, complaining that her purse was still inside the business. So I stayed with her as Officer Borisade went to go get her purse.
Okay. And did Officer Borisade go get her purse and then come back out?
Yes.
Okay. So her purse was inside the building?
Yes.
Was there any other personal items that she may have had that were in the building?
Outside of her purse, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
It was just the purse.
Okay. Do you recall anything about a cell phone?
I don't.
Okay. So Officer Borisade goes and gets her items, brings them back out. Then what? Then what happens now?
It was at that point at some point during that interaction with her that we advised her that she was trespassed, or that she was going to be trespassed.
Okay. When you advised her that she was going to be trespassed, what did she say in response to that?
She didn't understand why. She said she was fired on her first day of work and doesn't understand why she'd be trespassed.
Okay. At this point, did you notice any level of intoxication of Miss Martinez?
We did.
Okay. And what made you aware of that?
Just the odor of an alcoholic beverage from her breath.
Okay. Prior to being informed that she was being trespassed, was there any erratic behavior that she was distributing or showing?
What do you mean by erratic?
I mean, as she was sitting on the curb, was she acting erratically? Was she yelling? Was she throwing things? Was she screaming?
No, she wasn't yelling or throwing things.
Okay. After she was told that she was being trespassed, did you advise her as to what her options were, what she could do?
Yeah, her option is to leave the property.
Okay. Did you, where was she? Well, let me ask you this. Do you know did she drive to work on that day?
I wasn't under the understanding that she did drive to work or that she had a vehicle out in the parking lot.
Okay. If she was to leave, presumably you would say that she could not drive at that point.
Absolutely.
Okay. But she needed to leave the property. I'm trying to figure out what options she had as far as leaving the property.
We were advised that she had a ride on the way.
She had a ride on the way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If there was well, strike that. What was she doing when you were informed that she had a ride on the way?
I don't remember at that current moment.
Okay. At some point, so to be clear, you were aware that she had a ride on the way?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, the decision gets made to arrest Ms. Martinez, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And who makes that decision? Was that your decision or was that Officer Borisade's decision?
I believe that I looked over at Borisade and told him that let's arrest her.
Okay. So it was your decision to arrest her at that point?
If I remember right, yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you arresting her for at that point?
Trespassing.
Okay. And that was based on what Officer Borisade had told you that the manager had told him?
That's correct.
Okay. After being informed that she was going to be placed under arrest, did you see a change in her behavior?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what happened at that point.
She became angry.
Okay. Did her physical actions change in any way?
After Borisade grabbed her by the arm, yes.
Okay. Well, let's back up. When you inform Ms. Martinez that you're going to place her under arrest, was she still sitting on the curb at this point?
No.
Where was she at this point?
We had walked a little ways into the parking lot, like in the parking stall area.
Okay. And in the parking stall areas where you informed her that she was going to be arrested?
Yes, arrested.
Okay. And what changed in your decision making where you decided to arrest her at that point?
We'd given her multiple opportunities to leave the parking lot, and she was still refusing to leave.
Okay. And it was just because she was refusing to leave at that point is why she was being arrested?
For an extended period of time, yes, sir.
Okay. But it was not, she wasn't being arrested because she was being violent or
No.
being intoxicated in public or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were also aware that she had a ride on the way to Scores at this time?
That's what I understood, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Why didn't you just let her wait for a ride to be there, to get there?
The business advised that they wanted her trespassed, and so at that point she has to leave the property.
Okay. At the time that you advised her that she is being arrested for trespassing, I believe you said Officer Borisade grabbed her right wrist. Was that the first physical contact that you saw made between Ms. Martinez and any officer?
Objection to form.
Yes, it's first contact.
Okay. And describe what you saw Officer Borisade do.
He grabbed her by her right wrist.
Where was Ms. Martinez at this point? Were we still in the parking lot in the parking stall?
Correct,
That
yes.
you described? Okay. Was Ms. Martinez standing? Was she squatting?
She was squatting.
Okay. And Officer Borisade grabbed her wrist. Was it her right wrist?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say anything to her at that point?
Advised her that she was under arrest.
Okay. And what did she say in response, if anything?
Don't you fucking touch me.
Okay. And what happened next?
She began to pull away from Officer Borisade.
Okay. And what did Officer Borisade do when she started to pull away?
Held onto the wrist, held onto her arm.
At some point, do you make contact with Ms. Martinez?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how that happened and when you got involved with the effectuating of the arrest.
As soon as she started pulling away,
What did you do?
I grabbed her left arm.
Okay. What was your, why were you grabbing her left arm at that point?
To assist in detaining her.
Okay. So both you and Officer Borisade were attempting to detain her and ultimately place handcuffs on her and put her in the back of the police cruiser, is that?
That was the goal, yes, sir.
That was the goal at that point. Okay. At some point in time, was Miss Martinez, was she fighting back at some point, or was she?
She was actively resisting, yes.
Actively resisting. And how was she actively resisting?
By making her body limp, such as like dead weight, pulling away, squirming.
Okay. Was she striking at any officers? Or did you witness Miss Martinez attempt to strike at any officer?
She attempted to kick us, yes.
Okay. What about with her hands, or did she try to punch anybody?
I don't recall a specific punch. I mean, she was squirming, so her arms were flailing. Whether it was intentional or not at the time, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. At some point in time, did you get a handcuff on her left wrist?
I did.
Okay. Was she still standing at that time, or was she taken down at that point?
She was standing or kneeling. I couldn't remember if it was while she was still kneeling or if she was standing up at that point.
Okay. But before she was lying on her stomach, she had handcuffs on her left wrist. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. After placing the handcuff on her left wrist, was Miss Martinez ultimately taken down?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
After the handcuff was placed on her left wrist, was Miss Martinez ultimately taken down to the pavement?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that? Is that called a takedown technique?
It was just taking someone to the ground.
Okay. Is that something that you learn in the police academy?
There are techniques for that, to take someone to the ground, yes.
Okay. Did you take her to the ground, or did Officer Borisade take her to the ground?
Officer Borisade.
Okay. Did you witness Officer Borisade take her to the ground?
Yes.
How did he do it?
By grabbing her around her waist and then pulling her to the ground.
Is that an approved technique that they teach you in the police academy?
Objection form. You can answer.
That is not a specific technique.
So no.
Objection form.
Okay.
Did I get an answer? That is not a specific, objection to form, you can answer, that is not a specific technique. So no, objection to form, and I'm not sure I got an answer.
I didn't know.
Okay.
Tell me, can you describe to me how Officer Borisade took Miss Martinez down?
Grabbed her around the waist.
Okay. After Miss Martinez was taken down to the ground, were you still in contact with her?
I had lost contact with her during the point where she went to the ground.
Okay. Once she was on the ground, did you drop down to the ground as well to try to regain control?
I did.
Okay. And what were you specifically grabbing for at that point?
Trying to grab that left wrist with the handcuff attached.
Okay. And did you grab it?
Eventually, yes. Yeah.
Okay. At any point in time, was she swinging around the handcuff?
While she went to the ground?
At any point in time, did you witness her swinging around the handcuff?
Her arms were swinging with the handcuff attached, so yes.
Okay. As she was on the ground, and you had grabbed a hold of her left wrist, what was your body position compared to hers? Where were you positioned?
To the side of her, by her left side.
Okay. Did you, were you applying force to her back to keep her
Eventually,
contained?
Eventually I did place a knee on her back to keep her towards the ground.
Okay.
Keep her on the ground.
Okay. Was it at that point that you decided to use your radio for assistance?
There were a few times I attempted to use my radio.
Okay. And why were you using your radio at these particular points?
To call for backup.
Okay. Were you in strike that? What in the police academy? Do they train you on when to call for backup and how and when the appropriate time is?
Not specifically, because whenever you deem it necessary.
Okay. And do you remember what exactly you radioed out?
I attempted to radio, nothing came through.
Okay.
I attempted to radio for backup.
Okay. And do you recall what well, at the time that your knee is on her back and she is on the ground, what is Officer Borisade doing?
Attempted to gain control of her right arm.
How was he doing that?
By grabbing and applying strikes to her back.
Did you witness Officer Borisade apply these strikes?
I did.
I'm sorry?
I did.
How many strikes did Officer Borisade apply?
I don't remember the number.
Can you give me an approximation?
It'd be strictly an estimate. Eight, maybe?
At any point in time, were any verbal commands given to Ms. Martinez?
Couldn't tell you specifics on the exact commands.
Yeah, I get that.
My go-to is calm down, put your hands behind your back. That's what gets repeated normally when I talk.
Okay. Do you have any specific recollection of saying those to Ms. Martinez on this day?
No independent recollection at this point, no.
What about Officer Borisade? Did he give any verbal commands to Ms. Martinez at any point?
Nothing I remember hearing today.
You said that you witnessed maybe 8 strikes from Officer Borisade. These strikes, were they closed-fisted?
I couldn't recall specifically.
Okay. Do you remember where on her body Officer Borisade was striking?
The back.
The police academy. Well, I'm going to ask you a little bit about Officer Borisade's relationship. I believe that this event happened in April of 2016, and I think, or April 2017, and I believe that we had established earlier that you became a full-time police officer, or you completed your field training February of 2016. It is 2016.
It is.
So you had been a police officer for a couple of months at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. How long had Officer Borisade been a police officer?
The same amount of time.
Okay. Did you guys go through the training academy together?
He went through the full academy, and then I jumped in that 9-week orientation period.
Okay. And you were able to do just the 9-week orientation period because you had already done the prior classes when you were either with the CSO or a corrections officer?
That's correct.
Okay. So you had gone through the same training as Officer Borisade?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But maybe at different times?
Different time period, yes, sir.
Okay. At the training academy, do they teach you about striking techniques?
They do.
Do they tell you what is and what is allowable?
By policy, yes.
And what is the policy as far as it relates to the number of strikes?
There isn't one for number.
Okay. What is the policy in regards to the amount of force used?
It's the force necessary to overcome resistance.
Okay. In your opinion, Officer Vickery, did it take 8 strikes to achieve that objective in this case?
Objection to form. You can answer.
It appeared that it did.
Okay. Appeared that it did. After the strikes were applied, did you witness Officer Borisade touch Ms. Martinez's head at any point?
Not from my independent recollection.
After the strikes were applied, was Officer Borisade able to put her right hand in the handcuffs?
He was able to get his right hand behind her back, yes.
Okay. At that point, following the strikes, does Officer Borisade step away for a moment and leave you with Ms. Martinez?
After the handcuffs were applied, yes.
Okay. And why did Officer Borisade step away?
I couldn't tell you.
At some point, Ms. Martinez is taken from the parking lot and put into the back of the police cruiser. How does she get up from the pavement?
Me, I picked her up.
Okay. And how did you pick her up?
By her arm.
Okay. Which are handcuffed at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you walk her straight to the back of your police car?
I do.
Okay. What does Ms. Martinez do whenever you pick her up?
At some point, she kicks me.
Okay. At some point as well, does Officer Borisade come back and engage with both you and Ms. Martinez?
Objection form. Can answer.
Yes.
Okay. And what does Officer Borisade do at this point?
Grabs her to help carry her back to the car or put her back to the car.
Okay. Now, were you putting her in the back of your police car or in the back of Officer Borisade's police car?
My car.
Okay. And why your car as opposed to Officer Borisade's?
By the call, I was listed as the primary officer on that call.
Okay. So we'll come back to that, but tell me briefly how that works as far as when you receive a call, who's primary, who's secondary. Walk me through that process.
Dispatch makes that decision.
Okay.
So she assigns someone to be primary and assign one or however many officers to be assisting.
Okay. And whoever dispatch assigns, that's it throughout the completion of the arrest? Is that true, or can it change based on the circumstances?
It can change.
Okay. Officer Borisade, and I think you testified about this earlier, but Officer Borisade is the one who actually spoke with the manager inside of Scores at the time?
That's correct.
Officer Borisade applied more force during the course of this arrest than you did, is that fair?
Objection of form. You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, it seems to me, well, I'll just strike that. At some point, did it cross your mind that Officer Borisade perhaps should be the primary officer on this?
No.
Okay. As a police officer, are you allowed, what are the elements required for you to arrest somebody for trespassing?
The business requesting to be trespassed.
Okay. And did you hear anybody who works at the business tell her that she needs to be trespassed or not?
No.
Okay. All right. Going back to where we were, I believe you just picked Miss Martinez up off the ground. She's handcuffed. She's walking back to your police vehicle. At some point, does she make it in the back of your police cruiser?
She does.
Okay. And what happens when she's in the back of the police cruiser?
She almost immediately starts kicking.
Okay. Describe to me what she was doing.
Kicking the door, the window, screaming.
Okay. Were her hands, she was still handcuffed at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, does the decision get made that she needs to be hobbled?
Yes.
And who makes that decision?
I don't remember who brought it up, to be honest with you.
Okay. Who applied the hobble?
Officer Borisade.
And whose hobble was it?
His.
Okay. Is there any sort of procedure involved before you apply a hobble restraint?
Prior to applying it?
Yes.
We apply. I mean, we apply it to people who are kicking, who are being violent, or need another level of restraint.
Okay. At some point in time, did you contact your supervisor about, well, at the scene, still in the Scores parking lot, did you contact your supervisor, or
No.
did you know if Officer Borisade contacted his supervisor?
Yes, Officer Borisade contacted his.
And when did Officer Borisade contact his supervising?
It would have been before we attempted to apply the hobble.
Would it have been after the strikes?
Yes.
Were you present during that conversation between Officer Borisade and his supervisor?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Would that be common to contact your supervisor if you were going to apply a hobble restraint?
So for a TAR, a total appendage restraint, it is policy to advise your supervisor. It's not for a hobble.
Can you just explain to me the difference between what a hobble and a TAR is?
A hobble is restraining strictly the feet. A TAR, a total appendage restraint, would be restraining the feet and the hands together.
Okay. Was a TAR applied to Ms. Martinez?
No.
Okay. Was only the hobble?
Yes.
Okay. While you're still at Scores, does any other officers arrive on the scene?
Yes.
Who were they?
Officer Brown and Officer Garrett, who was the PIC that day, or the officer in charge.
And who notified Officer Brown and PIC Garrett to go to Scores?
Officer Borisade, or Officer Garrett was the one that Officer Borisade called, so he would have been the acting supervisor.
Okay. Did you speak with PIC Garrett at the scene?
Yeah.
And what did you discuss?
I don't remember specifics of what was discussed, just the incident in general.
Okay. Did you inform PIC Garrett at the scene that that Officer Borisade had used strikes on Miss Martinez?
Not that I remember specifically. No.
Would that be something that you would typically notify somebody if you were describing that incident? Just if you were informing your supervisor of an arrest that involved the use of force, would you describe that force to your supervisor?
Yeah.
But you did not in this particular instance.
I mean, if it involved a response to a resistance report, yeah, we would notify the supervisor.
Okay. But you did not notify the PIC Garrett at the scene?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if Officer Borisade notified them?
Not that I remember.
What about Officer Brown? Did you discuss the incident with Officer Brown?
Only that I remember more specific to the hobble.
Okay. Specifically to the hobble. What about the force used by Officer Borisade? Did you discuss that with anybody at the scene of Scores?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Okay. Once the hobble was applied, was Ms. Martinez, she was still in the back of your police cruiser at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And then where do you go from there?
Like leaving?
Yes.
Straight to the jail.
You go straight to the jail. Okay. And then do you go to the pretrial detention facility? Is that what it's called?
That's
Sally
correct. Correct.
Okay.
Should we take a break?
Yeah, let's take a break.
We're on the record at 11:37. We are back in the record at 11:49.
All right. Officer Vickery, before we just took that break, I think we had just gotten to the point where you were transporting her to the Sally Port.
That's correct.
Fair?
Yes.
Okay. I did want to ask you though, before you left Scores, did anybody? Was fire and rescue called?
No.
Okay. Did anybody provide any sort of medical aid to Miss Martinez at Scores?
Not physically, no.
Okay. Did anybody ask if she was injured?
I did.
You did? Mm-hmm. Okay. And what was her response?
No.
And when did you ask her that?
Sometime in the car.
On the way to the Sallyport?
I don't remember if it was before we left or on the way there.
Okay. Do you remember specifically what you had asked her?
No, not specifically. It normally goes with, are you hurt? Do you need rescue?
And you specifically recall her saying no to those?
Yeah, she said she wasn't injured. She didn't complain of any injury.
Okay. When you arrive at the Sallyport, what is the scene like when you arrive?
We pull in. There's other officers there and other people waiting to go into the jail.
Okay, you said we pulled in. Did you and Miss Martinez get to the Sallyport prior to Officer Borisade?
We arrived at the same time.
Okay. All right. And there were other people that were preparing to be, I guess, sort of taken into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Arrestees, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. And there were arresting officers that were with them?
Correct.
Okay. What happens when you arrive at the Sallyport?
We start on the arrest docket.
Okay, let's talk about the arrest docket. Who filled out? Well, is this? Let me ask you. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the arrest docket.
Okay. And that's the arrest docket that you began writing in the Sallyport?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, did you complete this entire form?
Not the entire form.
What portions of this form, as the arresting officer, did you fill out?
Everything except for the narrative.
Okay. So all of this background information on page 1 and the first half of the second page, and all of this on the bottom of the third page you filled out?
Correct.
Okay. But you did not fill out the narrative?
That's correct.
Did you and Officer Borisade have a conversation about who would or who would not draft the narrative?
Yeah, he said he would be willing to write the narrative while I did the main portion, the body of the docket.
Did he volunteer to do the narrative?
If I remember right, he did.
Okay, so you didn't ask him to do the narrative?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Is that common for the primary officer to have somebody else write the narrative on the arrest and booking report?
I don't know that I'd say common, but it happens.
Is there any JSO policy and procedure about filling out these reports? Is there any protocol to follow when it comes to filling out these reports?
Not specific to anybody else doing them that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay. What about, well, I'll get to that in a minute. Okay. So you filled out everything but the narrative. Officer, who filled out the narrative report?
Officer Borisade.
Okay. Throughout your career, how many times has a different officer filled out the narrative portion of an arrest report while you filled out the other parts?
I don't know.
Has it ever happened other than this instance?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of, but you can't recall when or where?
No, I couldn't recall specifics on it.
Okay. Where you filled out, and I'm talking specifically about where you filled out the main report, everything but the narrative. That has happened before?
That's happened before.
Okay. Before this incident?
I don't know if it happened before that incident or not.
Okay, but it may have happened since this incident.
Yes.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, there is no policy or procedure, nor were you trained on whether or not that is okay?
That I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. And what was the reason that Officer Borisade filled out the narrative and you did not?
To expedite the whole process, and she was hobbled.
Okay. To expedite the process, was there a need to expedite the process?
Not a specific need, just to get her into the jail faster and get her legs undone from the hobble.
Okay. Is it policy and procedure that you cannot remove a hobble until the arrest and booking report is completed?
No.
Okay. So you could have removed the hobble while you were still completing the report?
Could have.
Okay. So I'm sorry, but I'm trying to figure out what you were trying to expedite the process, but what were you expediting by having Officer Borisade fill out the narrative?
Objection of form.
To get her into the jail faster.
Okay. Get her in the jail faster. Was there a line of people waiting to be processed into the jail?
There was other people waiting.
Okay. Would those people have been in line before Ms. Martinez to be processed into the jail?
Depending on if they were male or female. It could be. They take them in separately.
Okay. Did you, did you review the narrative that Officer Borisade wrote?
I did.
Okay. Did Officer Borisade write the narrative at the Sally Port while you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And you reviewed it at the Sally Port?
Yes.
Okay. Does Officer Borisade, when he's writing the narrative, does he write it, is he speaking from your position, or is he speaking from his position of what he witnessed?
Appears that he's speaking from my position, except for the quote that he had made that he had written from his position.
Okay. Is that common when writing these types of reports?
Can't speak for anybody else.
Is there any sort of JSO policy and procedure behind filling out these narrative reports, speaking from your perspective as the arresting officer, as opposed to some other officer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Would you say that it's commonplace that officers will speak from a different officer's perspective when filling out a narrative?
I couldn't say that it's commonplace. I don't know how other officers operate all the time.
Have you ever witnessed any other incident where somebody has filled out a narrative report on your behalf and spoke and using your first person, even though you did not write the actual narrative?
I couldn't recall specifics on that.
Is that a no?
Like I said, I couldn't recall specifics on it.
Okay. We'll come back to that. So in the Sally Port, Officer Borisade is filling out the narrative. Are you filling out the rest of the report while he's filling out the narrative?
Yes.
At the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Ms. Martinez doing at this point?
Still in the back of my patrol vehicle.
Okay. At this point, is she still causing a scene? Is she screaming? Is she kicking? Is she yelling?
I remember her being fairly calm in the back of the patrol vehicle while we were at the Sally Port.
Okay. At some point, do you make the decision to remove the hobble?
Yes, when she gets out of the vehicle.
Okay. At that point, had the report already been completed?
I believe so.
Okay. You removed the hobble. Well, I shouldn't say that. Who removed the hobble from Miss Martinez?
I did.
You did, okay. Was Officer Borisade present when you removed the hobble?
He was in the Sally Port. I don't remember how close he was to us.
Once you removed the hobble, what did you do with Miss Martinez at that point?
I don't remember if she continued sitting in the vehicle for a certain period of time, or if she came out of the vehicle and waited by the entry door to the jail.
Okay. At some point, do you leave the sally port?
Yes.
Okay. When did you leave the sally port?
When the report was completed and she was out of my vehicle.
Okay. And after the hobble was removed?
Yes.
Okay. So remove the hobble, she gets out of the vehicle, she's standing there, the report is complete, you get in your car and drive away. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything that you needed to do on April 27th, 2016, that evening?
Yes, I had a deployment to be on.
I'm sorry?
I had a deployment to be on.
And what do you mean by a deployment to be on?
It was a deployment with the robbery unit.
Okay. And what time approximately was that deployment?
I was supposed to be in the office at, I believe it was 7 p.m., if I remember right.
And about what time did you leave the sally port?
I think it was after that, after 7.
Okay. So you leave the sally port, where do you go from there? Do you go straight to your deployment?
The police memorial building to the robbery office.
Okay. Do you make any phone calls once you leave the sally port?
Yeah, after I left the sally port at some point.
Okay. And who did you notify your supervisor as to what happened?
I did.
And what did you inform your supervisor? And this is Sergeant Weeks?
Correct.
And what did you inform Sergeant Weeks at the time?
Informed him of the force used at the parking lot of Scores.
What specifically did you tell Sergeant Weeks about the amount of force used at
that moment, there wasn't much specifics. It was a pretty short conversation.
Okay. Can you tell me how that conversation went?
Told him that I wanted to notify him about some force that was used in the parking lot of our previous call.
You specifically recall mentioning the parking lot?
No, not specifically the parking lot, no.
About what time did you make this call to Sergeant Weeks?
I couldn't tell you. It was after I left the sally port and sometime that evening.
Would it have been before your deployment?
I don't remember if it was, I don't know if it was before I got to the deployment or if it was after I was on the deployment.
Okay. But either way, it was the same day of the incident?
Yes.
You contacted Sergeant Weeks. And what was Sergeant Weeks' response when you told him about that there was force used during the arrest?
It was a very quick, vague response. He said something to the effect of, "I'm aware of it," or something to that effect, and went on.
He said, "I'm aware of it"?
If I remember right, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you present? Well, let me ask you, are you aware that there was a second incident that involved Officer Borisade and Miss Martinez that occurred in the sally port?
Not at that time.
Okay, no, you weren't aware of it at that time?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Sergeant Weeks was aware that there was a second incident?
I don't know. I didn't know at that time specifically, no.
Okay. All right. Is it possible that Sergeant Weeks was thinking that you were calling to discuss the incident that occurred in the sally port?
It could have been.
Okay. Did you notify anybody else about what had happened in the Scores parking lot?
No.
What did your supervisor tell you to do?
Nothing at that point. It was, like I said, a very quick conversation and we hung up.
Why did you feel the need to contact your supervisor?
Like I said, I wanted to make him aware of the force that was used.
Okay. Okay. Would you notify your supervisor every single time force is used in the field?
No, not necessarily.
Why did you feel the need to notify him about this particular instance?
I was questioning if an RTR should be written and the amount of force used.
And to be clear, at the time that you decided to make this telephone call, you had witnessed Officer Borisade strike Ms. Martinez about 8 times.
In the parking lot, yes.
In the parking lot, yes. But at that point, did you, at this point, at the time that you made the phone call to your supervisor, you did not witness Officer Borisade touch Ms. Martinez's head in any way?
No.
Okay, so you didn't witness him slamming her face into the pavement or anything like that? You did not witness it at the time that you made the phone call to your supervisor?
No.
Okay, so at the time that you called your supervisor, you had witnessed the strikes, and it was your belief that the strikes made you question whether or not the amount of force was used required you to notify your supervisor.
Ejection of force. Yes.
About the, you said the use of force concerned you. What was it about the force that concerned you?
Maybe the number of strikes, I don't know.
I think you testified earlier that Officer Borisade struck her in the back. Did you witness Officer Borisade strike her any other place?
It was a lot in the back and side.
Did the location of the punches on her body cause any concern to you?
I don't believe it was the location, no.
Okay. It was the amount, primarily?
Yep.
Okay.
Probably more concerned with the amount.
At some point, at some point did you fill out a response to resistance report?
I did.
Okay, and what is a response to resistance report?
It is a report documenting a use of force issue.
I'm sorry, what was
it? It was a report documenting a use of force.
And this is a document that you would fill out as a witness to somebody who witnessed it?
You could fill it out as the one who used force, or and then you also fill it out as if you witness somebody using force. Yes.
Okay. And as you were filling this out, you filled it out from the perspective of somebody witnessing Officer Borisade using force on Ms. Martinez.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is the JSO policy and procedure behind writing these response to resistance reports?
As far as why we need to write them or how to write them? Or?
Sure, we'll start with why do you need to write these?
When force used causes injury, or the person being arrested complains of injury.
Okay. When did you fill out your response to resistance report?
I believe it was the next day.
Okay. I'm going to show you what will be marked as. Is this 2 or is it 3?
You didn't mark the other one.
I didn't mark the other one. Well, we can go back. We'll mark this one 2. We'll mark the A and B as 2, and then we'll do the response to resistance as 3. Thank you. All right. Do you mind perusing that for a minute? Are you familiar with what that document is?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document?
It's the response to resistance report.
Thank you. Now, is it dated as to when it was completed?
It's created on the 29th.
Of April? April 29th,
I'm sorry, yes, sir, on the April 29th, 2016.
Thank you. And the date of incident was on April 27th, 2016. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this report would have been filled out 2 days later?
Yes, it was at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I was notified the next day. It was created, I guess, the second day in the middle of the night, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So really it's on late into the second day?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Is there any sort of JSO policy and procedure about the timing of when you're supposed to fill out these response to resistance reports?
I believe it's by the end of shift.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't fill out the response to resistance by the end of the shift on April 27th?
Yeah, I was advised by Sergeant Weeks not to fill out any further reports.
Why would Sergeant Weeks tell you not to fill out a response to resistance report?
Was told that integrity was on the case and to not fill anything out until they approved any further reports.
Okay. Is that consistent with your training that you can remember?
I couldn't tell you about Sergeant's policy and integrity's policy.
That's fair enough. Sergeant Weeks told you not to fill it out because, I'm sorry, you said integrity?
Yes, sir.
Integrity was on it, so to speak?
Correct.
Did you speak with anybody on integrity?
Not that same day.
Okay. But again, when you were talking to Sergeant Weeks, and I think we kind of established this earlier, is it possible that Sergeant Weeks, when he's talking about what IA is handling, that he could have been discussing, referring solely to the incident that occurred in the Sallyport?
You'd have to ask him, but yeah, it's possible.
Okay.
And it's integrity.
Thank you. What did I say?
IA.
Sorry.
It's okay.
At some point, a video surfaced of the incident that occurred in the Scores parking lot. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen the video?
I have.
And it purports to be a dash cam video covering the incident. When did you see this video?
Within days after the incident.
Okay. It wouldn't have been the same day of the incident, would it have been?
I don't think it was the same day.
Okay. Did you notice anything watching the video that you did not recall as you witnessed it firsthand?
Yes.
And what is that?
The contacts, the pushing the face to the ground.
Okay. So you, upon reviewing the video, that's when you see Officer Borisade take Miss Martinez's head and put it into the pavement.
I see him push her head towards the pavement, yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. So at the time that you had called Sergeant Weeks with the concern of the amount of used force, you had not seen this. You had not seen this video yet.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you feel like, what compelled you to call Sergeant Weeks?
Section form.
I think we already discussed that. I mean, it was...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Did you ever ask Ms. Martinez if she was on any sort of drugs?
I don't recall if I asked her anything about drugs.
What about her level of intoxication?
I asked her if she had anything to drink.
Do you recall what her response was?
If I remember right, it was 1 cocktail.
And to be clear, you never spoke with anybody else at Scores other than Ms. Martinez and Officer Borisade or the other officers that showed up after she was arrested?
Objection of form.
Correct.
Okay. You did not talk to the manager or any of the employees of Scores?
Objection of form.
That's correct.
Have you at any point since receiving the call to go to Scores talked to any of the employees at Scores about this incident that you know of?
No.
So no follow-up after this incident?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Scores has surveillance cameras?
I'm not sure.
If there was, did you request surveillance?
I did not.
Do you know if Integrity requested surveillance?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How many times, is this your first call with Officer Borisade, or have you guys been to calls before?
No, we've been to calls before.
Okay. Tell me about the prior calls between you and Officer Borisade.
Couldn't tell you all the specifics on them.
Okay. Were there any that you got hands on, so to speak, or they were physical?
Yes.
Do you mind describing those for me?
One was a domestic battery. Husband was under arrest and resisted.
Okay. Did Officer Borisade use force in effecting that arrest?
He assisted with the takedown, but then the wife came out and wanted to try and save the husband, so then he had to get up and keep the wife off of me and him while I attempted to effect the arrest and did effect the arrest.
Okay. And that was a domestic battery situation?
Correct.
Okay. Did you witness Officer Borisade use any strikes or pain compliance during that arrest?
No.
Is the incident that occurred at Scores the first time that you witnessed Officer Borisade use pain compliance or strike somebody?
That I can remember, yes.
All right. Sorry, let me just read my notes real quick. Other than, I believe you said Ms. Martinez kicked at you, is there any other violent act that Ms. Martinez did that you can recall?
Objection of form.
Not that I can remember offhand.
So no punches?
No.
No biting?
From what I was informed by Officer Borisade, yeah, that's correct. He said that she attempted to bite him.
Okay, but you did not witness that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to go back a little bit now and go through the arrest and booking report with you. We touched on this earlier. Borisade did the narrative, you did the rest of it, and I just would like to go through it with you, and then may ask you some questions as we go. Okay?
Okay.
The narrative section begins by saying, on 4/27/2016 at 16:50 hours, Officer A.A. Borisade and I responded to a dispute involving an intoxicated individual. Again, it's confusing because it says Officer Borisade and I, but really it's Officer Borisade is the one writing this narrative.
Objection to form.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It says, upon arriving at the listed location, I made contact with the suspect, Miss Martinez, in the parking lot. Was this when she was on the curb?
Yes.
Okay. The suspect stated she would recently move from Orlando, Florida to Jacksonville, Florida. The suspect stated today was her first day of work at the establishment and she was suddenly told to leave by management. The suspect stated she still had some belongings in the establishment, such as her purse and identification. It should be noted that while speaking with the suspect, a strong odor of alcoholic beverage could be smelled emitting from her breath. So she's sitting out front. She's got an alcoholic odor on her breath. Her stuff is inside of the club where she was employed at the beginning of the day. At that point, did she advise you that she would like to get her things back?
It was at some point when Officer Borisade and I were both talking to her that she did, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to read to you. It says, the following is a statement from Officer Borisade. Well, yeah. The following is a statement from Officer Borisade and his interaction with the acting manager. It says, quote, I made contact with the acting manager, Mr. Jacob Madden, while Officer N.H. Vickery 64291 maintained contact with the suspect. The complainant stated the suspect showed up for her first day of work earlier today and decided to quit. The complainant stated that the suspect had 4 shots of 100 proof alcoholic beverage prior to quitting. The complainant stated that he asked the suspect to leave numerous times, but she stayed in the parking lot of the establishment and refused. The complainant stated he would like to have the suspect trespass from the property since she was outside disturbing patrons. The complainant provided me with the suspect's purse, which contained her identification. Officer Vickery, you were not present for any of that conversation between Officer Borisade and anybody at Scores, were you?
No.
Okay. So you did not witness Officer Borisade make contact with the acting manager, Mr. Jacob Madden?
I did not witness that.
You did not witness Mr. Madden state that Miss Martinez had, quote, 4 shots of 100 proof alcoholic beverage prior to quitting?
I did not.
You did not witness the complainant ask the suspect to leave numerous times?
I did not.
You didn't witness the complainant ask her to leave any times?
I did not.
You did not witness the complainant state that he would like to have the suspect trespass from the property?
I did not.
Okay. It goes on to state that Officer Borisade and I made contact with the suspect and informed her she was being trespassed from the property. Do you remember telling her that she was trespassed from the property?
I don't remember specifically who was the one that said it to her.
Okay. Again, Officer Borisade, speaking from your perspective, stated that the suspect became irate and belligerent and stated she was not wrong in this situation.
Objection to form.
Is that inaccurate? Was she irate and belligerent at that time?
She was pretty angry.
It goes on to state that Officer Borisade and I attempted to give the suspect another warning that she would be arrested if she did not leave the property. Did you or Officer Borisade give Miss Martinez that warning?
I don't remember who specifically did.
It says the suspect maintained her disorderly and belligerent behavior as she refused to leave the premise. Disorderly and belligerent behavior, can you describe what she was doing that was disorderly and belligerent?
Be yelling. Yelling, screaming, yeah.
Okay. And that was after she was told that she was being under arrest?
Or when she was told that she was trespassed.
Okay. But prior to her being told that she was trespassed, she was not disorderly or belligerent that you witnessed?
I mean, yeah, she was angry, but not towards us.
Okay. Was she acting, okay, she was angry, emotionally angry. Was she acting any sort of physical anger? Was she hitting things, throwing things, punching things?
No.
Okay. The arrest report goes on to state that it should be noted that the suspect was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision and could have harmed herself, others, or property. Is it your belief that Ms. Martinez could not make a rational decision on that date?
She was fairly intoxicated.
Was she intoxicated to the point that she forgot that her purse and her phone were still in the place that she had just left?
Apparently not.
Would that be a rational decision to get her things before she left the parking lot?
Could be.
Okay. Goes on to state that Officer Borisade and I informed the suspect that she was being arrested and attempting to place her hands behind her back for detainment. I think this is slightly different from what we testified earlier. I believe you said that Officer Borisade was the one who grabbed her wrist to effectuate the arrest to begin with?
Objection of form.
He initiated it.
Okay.
He was the first one to grab a hold of her.
And how long after did you grab a hold of her?
Very quickly, almost immediately.
Then it goes on to say the suspect began to resist by bracing her arms, pulling away, and swinging her arms without regard to myself and Officer Borisade. Do you remember her swinging her arms like that, or did Officer Borisade have her right hand and you have her left hand at that point?
She was squirming, so yeah, I mean she was squirming, pulling, swinging.
You remember her swinging?
It was part of the squirming and. Yeah, it's part of the squirming and pulling away and everything, yeah.
Okay. But when you say swinging, you don't... No, strike that. Then goes on to say that Officer Borisade and I took the suspect to the ground, at which point she began kicking at us and biting at Officer Borisade. You did not witness her bite at Officer Borisade, did you?
No.
Says the suspect was struck on her lower back by Officer Borisade until she complied with the loud verbal commands to stop resisting. Do you recall the strikes to her lower back?
Yeah, I remember strikes to the back.
And what about strikes to the side?
Yeah.
But that doesn't say side in here. Right? Is that correct? There's no mention of strikes to her side in this arrest and booking report, is that correct? Certainly.
Yeah, that's correct. There's no mention of it.
Well, Officer Borisade and I were able to place handcuffs on the suspect while she was on the ground. As we walked the suspect to my patrol vehicle, she began to kick at Officer Borisade and I with her legs. Is there any mention about Officer Borisade making contact with Ms. Martinez's head or putting it into the pavement in this report? And this report, again, was authored by Officer Borisade, or the narrative report was authored by Officer Borisade. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you reviewed this?
Yes.
Okay. And you are the arresting officer. Is that correct?
He's also listed on there as the second arresting officer. But
Okay,
yes, I'm the primary.
Does it matter for the purposes, for any purpose, who's primary and who's secondary? What is the significance between the two?
Honestly, just be that was done on my report under my name. The second officer gives him the option to sign the arrest docket at the jail. It's for her to be admitted into the jail.
Okay. bring this back to you. Do you see, there's a series of signatures there in the middle of the page.
Yes.
Is your signature affixed to this report?
No.
Is that common?
Yeah, very.
Okay. Whose signatures are on that report?
Appears to be Officer Borisade's.
Okay, very good. And why was it that you did not sign this report in this instance?
Because he was the one that stayed behind with her at the jail while I went to my deployment.
Okay. All right. Again, I think we touched on this earlier, but at some point, was there ever a discussion between you and Officer Borisade where Borisade may have said, why don't I just be primary on this? I'll do the report, I'll do it all?
No, there was never a discussion about him being the sole writer of it.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, it seems to me, I'm just trying to figure out why the narrative section of the report isn't just written from Officer Borisade's perspective.
Section 4.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you why he decided to do it that way.
Because it would make it seem like those are your statements.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's some statements in here that you yourself may not have witnessed. Is that fair?
Which statements will those be again? So I can accurately answer that question.
Certainly. Officer Borisade and I took the suspect to the ground, at which point she began kicking at us and biting at Officer Borisade.
He discussed the biting at the parking lot. He discussed that she attempted to bite him at the parking lot. But I did not witness it.
Okay. But you see where that could get confusing. I understand if it says at the Sallyport, Officer Borisade told me that she bit him at.
It was
that's not what this report says, correct?
Objection form.
But it was at the parking lot that he advised me after the incident, after we got her detained and put in the car. He advised me that she attempted to bite him.
Okay. But you did not witness it itself?
That's correct. I did not witness it.
All right. Let me look at the. We have the R&R.
Oh, yeah. Mind for one more bathroom break?
Yeah, sure.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
Going through water over here.
12:31. This is media number 2. We're on the record at 12:44.
Right. I believe we had just gotten to the response to resistance report. I was just about to ask you some more questions about that. What I'd like to do is just go through it with you, and if I've got some questions, I may ask them along the way. Does that sound fair?
Sounds good.
Okay. Very good. Now, this is the response to resistance witness report. I believe the date was April 29th, 2016, about 3:35 a.m.
That's what it says on there, yes, sir.
All right. It says in the narrative portion here, now you did fill out this form, correct?
That's correct.
This narrative portion on the response to resistant report was filled out by you.
It was written by me.
Cody, I'm going to give him a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should have made copies. All right. Following along here in the narrative sections, it says on April 27th, 2016, at 16:53, Officer A.A. Borisade, number 72073, and I were dispatched to 4923 University Boulevard West, Scores Gentlemen Club, in reference to a dispute involving an intoxicated ex-employee disrupting the business and refusing to leave. Okay, Officer Borisade had arrived at the scene. Upon my arrival, I observed Myra Martinez, a suspect, and Officer Borisade in front of the business near the entrance. So when you arrived and you saw, I believe you testified that you saw Officer Borisade's patrol vehicle in the parking lot, and then you saw Miss Martinez sitting on the curb outside. Yes, do you recall seeing Officer Borisade standing by Miss Martinez at that time, or was Officer Borisade inside of the establishment at that time?
No, he was inside the establishment.
Okay. The suspect appeared to be intoxicated and was belligerent towards Officer Borisade and myself when we tried to talk to her. When you first tried to talk to her, was she belligerent at that point?
Not at first.
Okay. It goes on to say that although it was difficult to understand what she was saying, it was determined that she understood she was not welcome at the business, but refused to leave because she left a purse in the business. What do you mean by it was difficult to understand what she was saying?
Well, she was intoxicated for one, and then also she was she'd ramble on about things, about being fired on her first day, not being able to go on stage, just kind of rambling things. So.
Okay. But did you notice, could you not understand the words that she was saying, or was it, it was difficult to follow her line of thought?
It was difficult to follow, and then with her slurred speech, her level of intoxication, yeah, it was difficult to understand as well.
Okay. It says, Officer Borisade met with the staff and to see if she had any property in the business. I stayed with the suspect, who sat on the curb and ranted about being fired on her first day as a dancer because she came to work drunk. Now, when it says when she came to work drunk, at this point, at the time that you did this report 2 days after the arrest, were you aware whether or not she came to work drunk?
No, that's just what she was ranting about.
That she came to work drunk?
That's, according to this, yes, sir.
Okay. Goes on to say, I tried to calm her down, but she grew more furious as we waited. Was Officer Borisade also trying to calm her down at this point?
It just says I couldn't remember if he was there at that time or not.
Okay. A few minutes later, Officer Borisade returned and gave the suspect her purse. Officer Borisade then advised the suspect that the staff wanted her warned against trespassing at the business. It was explained that she would be subject to arrest if she did not immediately leave the business or property. When you say it was explained that she would be subject to arrest if she did not immediately leave the business property, how was that explained to her?
That the business wants you trespassed and you were to leave the property.
Do you think that she understood what you were telling her?
Yeah.
Okay. So from your position, she was capable of understanding the demands?
I think so, yeah.
The suspect tried to argue about the trespass warning and continued contesting her termination for being intoxicated. When you say contesting her termination for being intoxicated, does that mean that she was complaining about that to you? Is that what
Yeah, she was complaining about being fired, yeah.
Okay, but she not in front of, not to the Scores management, but to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, she was complaining about being fired to me.
Okay. I tried to convince the suspect to leave peaceably, but she continued to argue. How did you try to convince Ms. Martinez to leave peaceably?
Just talking to her calmly and then telling her that if she didn't leave, she would go to jail.
Okay. And I think we touched on this earlier, but what were her options as far as peaceably leaving?
Objection of form.
To leave the property. Like I said, we were advised that she had a ride on the way, but she was still told to leave the property, the business property.
Okay. But at the same time, she was also intoxicated?
Yes.
Would that be common in a trespass situation if somebody was intoxicated to just say, go to somebody else's property? That will solve the issue? Is that common?
Well, I mean, where are you getting at? Because we didn't have the option to just, if you're talking about just leaving her somewhere, then no, we never got to that point. But yeah, when they're trespassed, yes, they need to leave the business property that's trespassing them.
Okay. Okay. I guess my question is where did you expect her to go?
Objection of form.
I didn't give her a specific location.
But you did know that she had a ride on the way?
Objection of form.
Did you know that she had a ride on the way?
Objection of form.
I was made aware that she had a ride on the way. I was advised that she had a ride on the way.
Okay. When instructed to leave the property immediately, she flatly refused. At this point, had Officer Borisade returned her items to her at this point? All of her items?
Yeah, it says a few lines over above that Officer Borisade returned and gave the suspect her purse.
It says at this point, Officer Borisade took hold of her right arm and told the suspect that she was under arrest for trespassing. So it was Officer Borisade who actually made, according to this report, it was Officer Borisade who told Ms. Martinez that she was under arrest. Is that correct?
That just, well, that's saying that he made contact with her, yes, and then advised that she was under arrest.
Okay. Suspect became enraged, said, "Don't you effing touch me," and tried to pull her arm away from Officer Borisade. I took hold of her left arm to quickly handcuff her before she could further resist and instructed her to calm down and put her hands behind her back. She refused to comply and continued to resist by pulling her arms away from us while she tried to kick me. She was furiously yelling. She did not do anything wrong and ignored all my instructions to stop resisting. How many instructions to stop resisting do you recall giving Miss Martinez?
Like I said, my normal command is calm down, put your hands behind your back, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So I don't know how many times I repeated that.
Okay. Do you ever recall saying the phrase "stop resisting"?
I don't specifically recall now, no.
Okay. Are you, as a police officer, are you trained when you give verbal commands to make certain statements?
The common one is stop resisting, but they don't give us a set verbiage to use, no.
Is there a difference between calm down and stop resisting?
Yeah.
After a struggle, I was able to get her left arm behind her back and into a handcuff. So that was you who put the handcuff on her left arm, correct?
Correct.
Officer Borisade was unable to get the suspect's right arm behind her back. Without explaining his intent to me, he then let go of her arm and grabbed the suspect's waist. Is this when Officer Borisade is beginning to attempt the takedown maneuver or take her down to the ground?
Yeah, this would be the start of that.
Okay. Is it common in a situation like this where there are two officers and one suspect for there to be communications between the officer as to what one officer intended to do or not?
Ideally, yes, but during a situation sometimes it's more difficult than you'd imagine.
I understand that. Says he then took the suspect to the ground. During the takedown, I lost control of her left arm, which was handcuffed. When she hit the ground, she immediately tried rolling around and pulling her arms away. Do you recall her rolling around on the ground?
Yeah.
What do you mean by rolling? Do you mean like full rollovers, or was she just squirming back and forth?
Squirming from side to side, maybe on her back, on her side, that kind of deal.
Okay. But not rolling like she would down a hill. So.
No, I don't remember a specific, like a roll kind of deal.
Okay. She was trying to get her feet underneath her to stand up as Officer Borisade tried to gain control of her right side. I regained control of her left arm, which had an open handcuff attached. Okay. So she was trying to get to her feet at the time, so presumably she's still at the ground during this point?
Yeah, when she went to the ground, she stayed on the ground.
Okay. And she was on the ground at the time that you regained control of her left arm?
Correct.
Okay. And I think that you had made some mention earlier about how, well, let me ask you, at the point that you regained control of her left arm, was it possible for her to swing her left arm around with an open handcuff on it?
By the time I got control of it, I'd never lost control of it. So
Okay.
no, she wouldn't have been able to swing that arm around.
Okay. It says the handcuff gave the suspect a potentially deadly weapon and needed to be controlled before it could be used. I held that arm with my right hand and attempted to contact HQ via radio for more assistance with my left. At that point in time, was the handcuff, it says the handcuff gave the suspect a potentially deadly weapon. is a handcuff that's you're in control of a deadly weapon?
I believe that statement was made, though, prior to me gaining control of it, if I remember right.
It says, I'll just read the whole thing. It says, I regained control of her left arm, which had an open handcuff still attached. The handcuff gave the suspect a potentially deadly weapon and needed to be controlled before it could be used.
Which is why I gained control of it so quickly, or attempted to gain control of it so quickly, so yeah.
Okay, but once you gain control of it, it's no longer a deadly weapon. Is that fair?
Yeah, if I have full control of it, no, she couldn't use it to be a deadly weapon at that point.
Thank you. It says Officer Borisade was still struggling to overcome the suspect's resistance and punched her right shoulder mass, right arm, and right side of her head with his hands. I believe you testified earlier that there was maybe 8 strikes to the back and to her side. Are these the strikes that we're talking about here?
Yes.
The strikes to her right shoulder mass, her right arm, and the right side of her head?
Yes.
And this report was on April 29th, I believe, 2 days later.
Yeah, day and a half later. Yeah.
Thank you. After Officer Borisade got the suspect's right arm behind her back, I was able to complete handcuffing the suspect and walk her to my patrol vehicle. While walking the suspect to the vehicle, she violently kicked me on my right thigh and repeatedly tried to pull away. This kick, how many times did Miss Martinez kick you once she was handcuffed?
The one I remember was the one.
Just that one time?
It's the one I specifically remember, yeah.
Okay. And that occurred after Officer Borisade had struck her?
Yes, so it was after she was handcuffed.
Once the suspect was placed into my vehicle, she began kicking the windows and doors. When other units arrived to assist, the suspect was hobbled in an effort to stop her from kicking. After that, I reported the suspect to the pretrial detention facility. She screamed profanities and threats at me during the entirety of the transport. I completed my report and left the suspect with Officer Borisade so I could make it to a robbery deployment that I was assigned. After transporting the suspect to a pretrial detention facility, I notified Sergeant J.A. Weeks, number 6777, about the incident. Now, I think we talked about your telephone call with Sergeant Weeks a little bit earlier, but
yes,
that's you were notifying him. This is a call where you were notifying him about the use of force involved?
That's correct.
And that was based on you witnessing the number of strikes that Officer Borisade just used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you originally contacted Officer Weeks on the same date of the incident, which would have been April 27th, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
27th.
It says, I was advised that Integrity was conducting an investigation and to wait until further notice before transmitting any reports regarding the incident. That's what Sergeant Weeks told you about the Integrity unit?
To wait, to transmit, yes, sir.
Okay. And then on 4/28, which was the day following this incident, it says, I was advised by Sergeant Weeks to complete this report.
Yes.
So to be clear, you called Sergeant Weeks on April 27th, 2016 about this use of force. He says, what does he say generally? What is your understanding of what Sergeant Weeks was saying in response to you?
Generally, don't transmit any more reports.
Okay. Okay. And then the following day, he calls you and says, actually, I need you to do a report.
Right, this witness RTR. Yes.
Okay. So has he changed his mind?
I don't... You have to ask him. I don't know if he changed his mind or if he was instructed to tell me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Either way, your instructions changed
Yes.
from the 27th to the 28th.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right. want to ask you a little bit about integrity, the integrity investigation. Are you aware that the integrity investigation, well, I guess you were, Sergeant Weeks told you that integrity had this?
Yes, sir.
Is that the first time you were notified that integrity was going to be reviewing this incident?
I believe so.
Were you contacted by anybody in integrity about this?
Yes, eventually, a couple days after maybe.
A couple days after the incident?
Incident, yes, sir.
Okay, do you remember who contacted you?
Detective Cayenne.
And what did Detective Cayenne and you discuss? Was it
when the original contact? Yes, the original contact was a telephone call.
And what did you guys discuss during this telephone call?
He just asked if I would be willing to come in to talk about the incident.
At this point, when he asked you to come in and talk about the incident, did he specifically reference the incident that occurred in the Scores parking lot, or was he referencing what happened in the Sally Port, or did he differentiate between the two?
I don't think he specified.
Okay. What was your, did you schedule a time to go meet with the
Yes.
detective? Okay. And when did you meet with Detective Cayenne?
I couldn't give you a date.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, I've got I think it was recorded at the time, and I believe you said that you reviewed the recording of it before this event, for this deposition. I'd like to just play some of it as we go, kind of like we just did with these reports, and I'm sure I'll have some questions along the way that I may stop and ask you about. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Do you want me to write this? Or just put video playing, or how do you want me to do that?
I'd like you to write it,
Okay.
actually, yeah.
Oh.
Thank you. I'm sorry. And I can get you a copy of this video.
Okay.
All right.
Detective, they tie in again.
Sir.
How's it going? Vickery, this is my Vickery. All right, good. How you doing? Nice to meet you, sir. You work for you, Nathan? Nathan?
Absolutely, Nathan's police.
And, this is my partner, Detective Green. Before we get started, just talk to you a little bit. Have you ever met either?
No, sir.
Okay, so you've never seen us before. I've never met you before. All right, so, our conversation will be on the up and up. We're not here to choose sides. We're here to investigate the incident. And the incident involving you and Officer Borisade responding to Scores and the chain of events that led up to the termination of Officer Borisade. What I'll ask you to do as an independent witness to this is keep this conversation confidential. I mean, not even your supervisor, Ted's, chiefs, and those guys ask you to say, hey, you know, they asked me to keep it confidential, and if they need to know, then they can call us.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me just, was this your first time meeting with Integrity?
Yes, sir.
In any capacity?
Yes, sir.
Never met with Integrity when you were a CSO or a corrections officer?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You probably be a little bit apprehensive or nervous because, I don't know, have you ever been in this position before?
No, sir.
Okay, and how long have you been on?
A total of 9 years as police officer since August.
Okay, okay, very good. So, I'm going to ask you some tough questions, okay? But it is what it is. Things happen. Both you and Officer Borisade came out of it alive, as well as Ms. Martinez. So, you know, what we just need to do is just get a solid investigation and get your version of the incident. So, all right, I appreciate your comment. Thanks so much. I might be documenting some things on paper and stuff like that. It's just to keep notes during this event. your ID, sir?
64291.
You've been on 9 years, correct?
Total 9 years, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you work, what streets did you work? I mean, in the courthouse prior to?
I did CSO from
Okay.
2006 to 11, and then in corrections from then on until
CSO, corrections. And how long have you been the police?
Since August, as a police officer solo since the beginning of February.
So did you come on the same class and also Borisade? Okay, so you only been on the streets 2 months as well? Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. This is going to be the person that we're talking about. I'm going to call her. Okay. So I'm going to just give you an opportunity. I'll ask you some questions, but I kind of want to let you just give me the story from your perspective. You ride Zone 3.
Correct.
Watch
5.
Watch.
What is Zone 3 and what is Watch 5?
So the city is broken up into 6 zones for patrol. Zone 3 would be one of those zones. So it basically encompasses everything south of the St. Johns River, down towards the Buckman, if that makes sense. Even farther south to the St. Johns County line. And then basics, it rides up Beach Boulevard to the beach's jurisdiction.
Okay, so out east.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Watch 5?
There's 6 different watches. Watch 5 are the hours of 3:30 p.m. to 2:55 a.m.
Okay, so that's a shift.
That's a shift, yes.
Thank you. Zone is a physical location.
Correct, yep.
Thank you.
5. There's also Borisade, your...
He rides golf too as well, yes, sir.
Okay. So you guys get dispatched. Tell me how it happened and, you know, from you getting to the parking lot to handle the call.
Well, by the time I arrived, he was already at the scene.
What did you get dispatched to?
A dispute with an intoxicated individual. I don't know codes are fine, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
2 and 63.
Okay.
So we got dispatched to that. By the time I arrived, he was already on scene, and he was exiting the establishment.
Okay.
He was talking to the complainant in the establishment.
Do you remember who the complainant was?
I don't remember off the top of my head. He was I believe he was the acting manager that night. I don't remember his name, to be honest with you.
But you didn't have any?
I did not interact with him at all. Actually, I didn't even see him. I didn't even see him. He stayed inside. We began talking to Ms. Martinez. Her original complaint was that she left her purse inside and she wanted her items from inside the store or the establishment. So Borisade went back in and was able to retrieve the purse and came back out. But the complainant and advised Borisade that he wanted her trespassed. So he advised her that she'd be trespassed. She was pretty belligerent, pretty aggravated at the time, but clearly intoxicated. So we, advised her that if she was to return, that she would be subject to arrest.
You said that we advised her that if she were to return, she would be subject to arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the we in that? Is that both you and Officer Borisade remember saying that to her?
Yeah, so we were the only 2 at the scene, so we would have been Officer Borisade and I.
Okay, but which one actually, do you recall saying those words to Ms. Martinez, or do you remember hearing Officer Borisade saying those words?
Section of...
No, I said them, but it doesn't mean that he didn't say them along the conversation, as the conversation went on as well.
Okay.
And we asked her to leave the property, and she continued to say, continued to be upset, belligerent, really about not even being able to go on stage yet. It was kind of one of the things she couldn't believe I didn't even go on stage yet. So,
do you think she was understanding what you guys were telling her? Was she coherent enough?
She was definitely coherent, yes. I mean, she was intoxicated, yes, sir, but she was coherent. And she knew that she was being trespassed.
So I just want to stop it there. from your perspective, she was coherent.
Coherent enough to understand that she was trespassed. She didn't understand. I'm sorry. She did. That's not correct. She I guess she wasn't. She didn't agree that she was going to be trespassed. Okay. She just didn't agree with it. She's like, I just came to my first day at work and they fired me. So we gave her several opportunities to leave. We need to get off the property, and they want you off the property immediately. So we need you to exit immediately. And she could.
When you say we gave her plenty of opportunities to leave the property, what opportunities did you give her to leave the property?
Telling her that she needs to leave, and I mean, she has an opportunity to start exiting the property.
Okay, at the same time she's intoxicated, correct? Is it common would it be common to have an intoxicated person just leave the business, just leave? Is that standard procedure? If somebody's intoxicated, are they just supposed to walk off?
Well, like I told you, she has to leave the property if she's trespassed, but I don't know where you're getting at with that. So if she's trespassed, she's got to leave the property, yes.
What I'm getting at is you said you gave her multiple opportunities to leave. I'm asking you what are those opportunities?
Objection to form.
She is in public, she can walk away.
Even though she's intoxicated?
Yes.
Can you be intoxicated in public?
Without disturbing somebody's peace. Doesn't mean that we're going to leave her alone.
Did you say that you were going to stay with her?
I didn't say that specifically to her, no.
Could she have been arrested for being intoxicated in public had she walked away?
Like I said, we didn't get to that point, and we never made the decision on if we were going to, how we were going to stay with her and how we were going to wait for that ride.
Right. Yeah, I understand you made the decision to ultimately arrest her, but I'm asking you specifically, you said you provided her opportunities to leave. Mm-hmm. What are those opportunities?
Objection to form.
Like I told you, she has the opportunity to walk off the property.
Okay. So had Miss Martinez just walked away while intoxicated from the property, then she would have just went on her way and she would not have been arrested. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, going to the opportunity, you never advised her that you would stay with her until her ride got there?
I don't remember ever specifically saying that to her, no.
Okay.
She almost started to unpack things from her person bag, just in an effort to, stall or, just refuse. So at that time I told Officer Borisade, I said, let's go ahead and go 10:15, she's not leaving, let's go ahead and push her under arrest. So he said, okay, so he walked over and told her, he said, ma'am, you're not leaving, but you're going to jail now. I need you to stand up, push your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. And that's when she said, don't you fucking touch me. And so talking to him, Officer Borisade. She was still kind of on her, I don't know if it was on her knees, but she was bent down. Okay. Like maybe a squat or something, but on her knees near her items. So he reached out and grabbed her right arm and, just wanted to go pick her up, and she began to pull away again. And so that's why I intervened. I came and grabbed her left.
Pausing there for a second. Again, going back, at this point, while Miss Martinez, she was intoxicated at Scores, I believe, was she a threat to herself or others or to property at that time?
Not at that moment.
Prior to her arrest, was she a threat to herself or to others or to property?
Nothing that we were advised specifically, no.
Nothing specifically advised. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 here. If you could just read the last paragraph there, going on here and then on to the next page, please.
The very last, you're talking about where there it says the suspect? Is that what you're talking about? Did I get that right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yes, that'd be great.
Suspect maintained her disorderly and belligerent behavior and she refused to leave the premises. It should be noted that the suspect was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision and could have harmed herself, others, or property.
Thank you. So my question to you, Officer Vickery, is that if someone is a threat to cause harm to herself, to others, or to property, how is she supposed to just walk away? And she's intoxicated.
I said could have. So she was intoxicated to the point where she could have become that way.
Okay, so she was not that way is what...
Yes, she was not that way, but she had that potential of becoming that way. She could have.
All right, I'm going to read from it. It says, it should be noted that the suspect was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision and could have harmed herself, others, or property. So she was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision, according to the arrest report. Officer, if somebody is intoxicated to the point where they cannot make a rational decision, are they supposed to just leave the property then?
Objection informed.
I think you're referring to us leaving her alone, and like I told you, we never got to that point. So, would we have waited for a ride? We never got to that point, but most likely, yeah.
Okay. Again, in your statement that you made with integrity, you said you provided multiple opportunities. I understand that you may not have. I know that you ultimately arrested her. I guess my question I'm asking you specifically is about those opportunities to leave.
Yes, we had told her to leave, and she refused to.
Okay. Is an intoxicated person who may be, is intoxicated to the point where they cannot make a rational decision, are they should just leave then? That's the opportunity that you're talking about. I'm trying to be very specific as to what opportunity you provided her to leave.
Objection to form.
So again, if the suspect is intoxicated to the point where they could not make a rational decision, and you tell them to leave the property, are they free to leave the property even though they're intoxicated and even though they are incapable of making a rational decision?
They were told to leave. They were told to leave the property. Yes, she was told to leave the property. Like we talked earlier, she was able to make a rational enough decision to get her purse and ID out of the business before she left. So, and it was stated in there also that she understood that she was trespassed. So yes, she had the knowledge she was trespassed and had the knowledge that she was supposed to leave.
So is it your testimony here today that she could make a rational decision?
Objection to form.
Some rational decisions, yes, I think she was capable of making.
Okay, so would the police report, would the arrest and booking report be inaccurate when it says that the suspect was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision?
Yeah, some rational decisions she could make, so I guess you could say that's not 100% accurate. I was able to get her left arm behind her back and then get her handcuffed. At the time we're saying, ma'am, you need to calm down. You need to place your hands behind your back. Calm down, place your hands behind your back was, I guess, kind of almost what I got stuck with saying. So, so I gave her, I handcuffed her on her left arm and we began to struggle. He struggled getting her right arm behind her back. He then grabbed her around her waist and said, "Hold on, I got this," was one thing else Borisade said to me, and grabbed her around her waist and was able to take her to the ground. Okay. So we're able to get her to the ground, but at that time I lost control of her left hand, the one with the handcuffs still on. Gotcha. And so my first thought was to get that
That,
Let me stop you real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when you say you lost control of that one handcuff, so that means she was able to...
She was swinging.
And so she was actually swinging the handcuff as a weapon? Or...
I mean...
Now, you, to this point, had not mentioned the swinging of the handcuff in any direction. That was Detective Cayenne who first mentions her swinging the handcuff. Is that correct?
Objection 4.
He was the one on there that, on that video you're talking about? Yeah, he was the one on there that initiated the swing of the handcuffs. I didn't say it prior to that in that interview.
Okay. Did you say it in any other reports that you may have written prior to giving this interview?
I don't believe it's in any other reports.
Okay.
Intentionally, I don't know, but he could have. I mean, it could have hurt somebody.
Right, if the handcuff had struck one of you guys in the face, she wasn't complying with the instructions, she was belligerent, she was intoxicated.
Right.
Detective Cayenne says she wasn't following any instructions. What instructions is he talking about?
Calm down, put your hands behind your back.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what about anything that Officer Borisade says? You said you couldn't remember anything that Officer Borisade said?
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't remember any specifics that he was saying.
Okay. Do you recall if he was saying anything?
Like I said, I couldn't.
Okay.
She would not submit to the request for, stop resisting or calm down, in your words, to be handcuffed. So she's swinging around her left cuff. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So,
Detective Cayenne says, so she's swinging around her left cuff. Go ahead. At this point, did you tell Detective Cayenne that she was swinging around her left cuff?
I don't remember being there saying that to him.
Well, have you ever told Detective Cayenne that Miss Martinez was swinging around her left cuff?
Don't think I ever told him that specifically. She went to the ground. Officer Borisade was finally able to get her on her stomach. I think she was kind of rolling back and forth. She was kind of rolling back and forth. He was able to get her on her stomach, and I was able to grab the left arm and get that hand secure. I was able to, kind of with my right knee, just be able to put it in her back, just to kind of help secure her to the ground, so that way I was holding the arm and cuff my right hand so she couldn't use that, and I was able to get that secure. And I was using my left arm to attempt to call. Now I didn't go through. I tried 2 separate times.
No problem.
And for whatever reason, just wasn't able to go through. Absolutely. So I was tempted to, about 10:33 floors, so we'll find one. So that way people would come. I noticed strikes from Officer Borisade. I noticed mainly in the back and side.
And
this type of strikes.
But when he was doing the strike, she wasn't cuffed yet.
She was not cuffed yet.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you said that you noticed strikes to the back and the side. Mm-hmm. Is that correct? Okay. Anywhere on the... Is anywhere, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 again. This is the arrest and booking report. Does it say anything about being punched in the side?
Yeah, I think we already talked about that. It does not, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
She still had her right arm either underneath her or kind of to the side and was still really resisting.
Fair enough.
I wasn't really giving commands at this time because I was more focused on trying to get transmission through so we can get some backup.
Gotcha.
So he continued to strike. He struck multiple times, and was able to get her arm behind her back, and then I was able to handcuff. We got her detained at that point. He stood up, and I just kind of took a breather. I stayed with my knee kind of on her, secure her. Once she was handcuffed, she, legs kicked him a little bit, but she kind of I don't know if it was just exhaustion from her at that point for a minute or what, but she stopped and calmed for a second, and I just kind of took a deep breath just to kind of, get some air in me. And so I was able to pick her up off the ground and attempted to start escorting her to the vehicle, and that's when she reared back and kind of mule kicked my thigh, knee area, right inside, I believe it was.
Contact?
I didn't notice it at the time.
Right,
I said she kicked at me. Yes,
right.
sir. I do remember her kicking and me kind of trying to move. I honestly don't ever remember getting hit by anything just because the adrenaline was going.
I got you.
So she was really kicking, but I do know, I kind of moved, so she must have connected with something. So we started transporting her, I kind of pushed her arms up in the air so that way I kind of get her bent and moving forward, and was able to place her in the vehicle.
What vehicle?
My vehicle.
Okay. And you're the primary officer,
I
right?
am the primary officer.
Okay, so was it a struggle to get her in your vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. She's out in the vehicle fine. She was, she started to become more belligerent, for the time she got up and started kicking. She continued to be more and more belligerent and yelling and screaming. But I don't remember really struggling to put her inside the vehicle at all.
Okay. Once you guys get her in the vehicle and you get secured in the vehicle, was it determination to stay there and do paperwork or head out to do paperwork?
We really didn't have much time because she immediately started kicking.
Okay.
It wasn't seconds of her being in the vehicle before she immediately started kicking windows and doors.
Okay.
It was the passenger side, the rear passenger door.
Gotcha.
So I was heading across from my head.
Okay. So she's starting to kick.
Starting to kick. Officer Borisade gets on the radio and calls his supervisor at the time and says, something about we might need a tar one, or we're about to tar one.
Is that Garrett who's calling?
Yes.
Okay.
So we get another officer there. One officer shows up, and we get Officer Borisade's tar out, and we hobble her. We just put the restraints on her feet so that way she won't kick.
Okay, so it was actually also Borisade's hobble or yours?
It was his.
It was his. It was his.
It was his. Yes. Sir.
Okay. And then who did the hobble?
Officer Borisade and the other officer that was there.
Do you recall who that may have been?
I'm still so new. I want to say his last name's Brown.
Okay.
I can recognize him. I'm trying to think of his last name.
Not a problem.
It's Brown. And then at that time, the other officer had shown up as well. The supervisor had shown up.
So, Borisade gets his hobble. Borisade and the other officer, we'll figure out who that is. They hobble her through the rear passenger door, rear driver's
driver door. That's what
okay,
it
so the
was.
rear driver's door. And you said also Borisade applied the hobble to her feet.
Correct.
You guys get it, secured. I guess I'm guessing dropping it out of the car.
Yes, sir.
Closing the door. She's still in your vehicle.
We actually ran through the out of the rear passenger or rear driver's side door, and then into my driver door. So that was, I could sit and hold.
Yep, policy and procedures so far. That's fantastic. What about, did a supervisor ever show up at the scene?
The PIC did.
And that would have been
Garrett.
Okay, so who's your sergeant?
Sergeant Weeks.
Okay, so Joe Weeks is your supervisor, and they had a PIC, which was Garrett. So he does show up at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after she's hobbled, how long do you guys think you remained there prior to transporting?
Oh, man. 10, maybe 15 minutes. I hate to give a timeline.
No, I got you.
But
yeah, it's enough. I guess, let me ask you a question. It's probably enough for everybody to catch their breath.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And settle down for a second. I guess for either you or Borisade to inform the PIC of what you actually had.
Yes, sir.
Why you were 10-15, I'm guessing.
Correct.
And that you had to hobble.
What is 10-15?
Arrest. Yeah, when you take someone into custody.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Right. Was fire rescue called for anyone at the scene?
No, sir. She actually, she didn't have any physical injuries on her, and then she actually told us, because we asked her, you know, are you hurt? She said no.
Okay.
She said no, I have no injuries, I'm not hurt. So.
Okay. So you guys decide.
Do you specifically remember her saying, "I have no injuries"?
Now, I don't specifically remember that.
To head down to the jail. I'm guessing you're driving and her, and I guess Borisade followed you. Correct. To the 35. You guys get to the jail. What route did you take? 95 north?
No, sir. I jumped on Phillips and took Phillips, and then jumped on 95 all the way to the Dillon Phillips and jumped on 95.
Gotcha. You guys get to the jail. What do you notice when you get to the jail? Like how crowded was it, and what time did you arrive there, you think?
Oh man, right there, 5:30 maybe.
Okay.
Something like that. Okay. I'm not 100%.
And what was the crowd like? Like how many cars?
It was a decent crowd. There might have been 3 or 4 people waiting to get in.
Okay.
Suspects made to this point waiting to get in. I was able to park pretty much in front of the intake door.
Okay.
But there were multiple cars. Of course, I had to park up front towards the exit.
Okay, and I guess, so when you get to the jail, you guys go inside before you start completing the arrest report?
No, sir. We'd started on the arrest report then, actually.
Where at?
In the Sally Port.
Okay.
In the Sally Port,
right.
Sir.
So...
Oh, that's what you mean. I'm
yes,
sorry. We're in the Sally Port before we started.
Okay, correct. So, you guys are in the Sally Port, and then that's when you...
When you're in the Sally Port and you're talking, you and Officer Borisade are dividing up how you're going to do the arrest and booking report. Are you guys still in your own vehicles? Are you guys talking over the radio, or have you guys gotten out of your cars and talking in person? Do you recall?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember how that conversation. If it was in person, if it was over the computer.
Okay. Do you recall? Well, do you remember getting out of your vehicle and talking to Officer Borisade within the Sally Port?
I mean, at some point I would have to, but I don't remember specifics of it. Yeah.
Okay. And it was, I think you said this earlier, but it was Officer Borisade who had volunteered to do the narrative report?
Yeah, and as you say that too, I believe he actually sends that through our dispatch system, if I remember right, the volunteering to do the narrative,
okay,
if I remember correctly.
Okay. Would that be on this sheet in any way?
I think it's in this interview.
Okay.
No, it wouldn't be on. I don't know.
I mean, it goes for a couple of pages here. I'll let you take a look at those and see if anything jogs your memory.
No, I think this is just people. This would be the dispatch screen. Like people responded on that same system. We can send messages and stuff too. I don't think it was on this though.
Okay. So it would be a different system?
No, same system.
Same system, but you can send messages?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what that system is called? How would we try to track down any of that?
MDC.
MDC?
Mobile Dispatch Center, I think.
Okay. And that allows officers to communicate with each other via email or whatever from their patrol cars? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's not email, but yeah, it's a messaging system.
Messaging system, yes, thank you. Okay.
Begin to complete.
Sorry, let me ask you this one last thing. Did you and Officer Borisade discuss the division of labor as far as the arrest and booking report is concerned at Scores, or did you do that at the Sally Port?
It would have been at the Sally Port.
Okay.
The arrest document, correct? Let me ask you a question, and just to clear some things up. The arrest report. You did the arrest report. Who did the narrative?
Officer Borisade did.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I guess, tell me the reason why he did the narrative.
I think we're just thinking because she was hobbled and just to a way to expedite the process. He said he might actually send it through NBC. Would you like me to do the narrative? And I said that'd be perfect. I'll start on the blocks and we'll knock that out.
Okay.
And we did review the narrative together.
Okay, not a problem. So you're doing the docket, you're checking in all the biographical stuff for her. He's doing the narrative. I guess at some point he sends you the narrative. You guys review it. You submit it. Who was the approving supervisor? What side of
because of it. So.
Okay. And so the entire time, was she in the car? Did you guys let her out?
She was in the car the entire time.
Okay, then you guys were completing the docket.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good. So docket's approved now and she's about to exit. What side of the vehicle did she exit on?
The driver.
When it says the docket is approved and she's about to exit, what are they specifically referencing there? Is that the arrest and booking report?
Arrest and booking report, and it would have been accepted or approved by Officer Garrett.
Okay. And once it gets approved by Officer Garrett, then she can be sent to the corrections facility or admitted into the...
It gets sent to... Sorry to interrupt. It gets sent to an officer, a corrections officer, and then he also has to accept the report as well.
Gotcha.
Okay. And at that time, she had the hobble on. Who decided to take the hobble off?
I did.
Okay.
I spoke with... She had actually started to calm down quite a bit at this point.
Yes, sir.
She was, for once, being pretty quiet in the back seat, not saying much. At least if she was saying anything, it wasn't profanities. I opened the back door and I said, look, we can take the hobble off if you continue to cooperate. We'll remove this for you, that way you don't have to hop up to the front door. And we'll, let your legs breathe or whatever. And she agreed. So, okay.
Cool. So you take the hobble off, do you give it back to Borisade or you...
I actually went and put it in his car. I told him, I said, hey, we'll place it in your car.
Okay. So now it's coming close to, I'm guessing if you're saying you guys get there at 5:30, you have the deployment around 7 o'clock. Tell me about the determination for you to leave and him to stay with Ms. Martinez.
Well, I told him, I said, I have a robbery appointment to be on at 7, I'm already late and I hate being late for those things, but I just said, you're the second arresting officer on the docket. I said, would you mind staying and sign the docket? And yeah, he said, yeah, absolutely. That's fine. Good to your thing.
Gotcha.
So,
and when you left...
Now, at the time that you were telling Officer Borisade that you're the second officer on it and that you were busy and you had to go to handle other duties, you had, at this point, obviously, had already witnessed the strikes that Officer Borisade had applied to Ms. Martinez.
I did.
Okay. Did that give you any pause before allowing Officer Borisade to complete this arrest and booking report?
No.
Okay.
Then, how was she acting while standing in the cell for waiting to be admitted into the jail?
I wasn't there long. I don't remember her acting out at all. But I wasn't there very long to watch or observe.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, you were not there for the entire incident that led up to the altercation between...
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you had already left at that time.
Yes, sir.
Were you concerned about any of the use of force at the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What concerned you?
There's quite a few punches thrown.
Okay.
So at the time, you were concerned with the number of punches thrown by Officer Borisade at the time, and yet you still made the decision that he should be the one to do the narrative report for the arrest report?
It doesn't specify a time in there that I became concerned. But at the time we were completing the report, no, I didn't have any concerns of him completing the report, the narrative of it.
Did anything change as far as the number of strikes from the time that you wrote the report to any later?
No, nothing changed.
Okay. So at the time that you wrote the report, you had no concern with the amount of force used?
No, I wouldn't say that. I just said I didn't have any concerns with him writing the report.
Okay.
And when you say quite a few, what are you talking about? The number, the areas that the punches were
No,
sent to?
the number.
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a lot of punches, more so attempting to control her arm and detain her.
Okay. So you're concerned about the number of punches thrown, not the area that they were thrown?
A lot of the ones that I saw were mainly to the back and side. It seemed like they're pain compliance, but I think a combination of the number and then where they were thrown would concern me, such as you throw a few punches to the back or whatever, and to get a little pain compliance and to get her hand removed is fine. Continuous side, back, I think is what kind of triggered
a little concern of you. Okay, so, but...
And to be clear, you did witness Officer Borisade hit her in the back and the side repeatedly. That's from what you can recall from the scene.
Yes.
Okay.
When he's striking her or punching her, the handcuffs were not on yet, correct?
They were not on yet,
okay.
Yes, sir.
And she was not compliant. She was still resisting you guys' demands for give me your hands, give me your hands.
Prior to what Detective Cayenne said, had you informed Detective Cayenne that you had told Miss Martinez, give me your hands, give me your hands?
Not those specific words. Like I said, my normal was put your hands behind your back, but not specifically that quote, give me your hands, give me your hands.
Okay. And you don't recall that, well, let me ask you, do you recall that being said at any point in time in the Scores parking lot?
What, the give me your hands?
Yeah.
No, I don't recall it. I had her left hand with the cuff behind her, but the right arm was not.
Right. So the strikes was probably to get her to, I guess, take her hand from in front of her to surrender to you guys' instructions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it was in the back and in the side.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Did you tell someone that about the strikes?
I called Sergeant Weeks.
Okay.
About the time I went into the robbery deployment.
Yes, sir.
So when you called Sergeant Weeks, you were calling Sergeant Weeks again specifically for the strikes that you witnessed Officer Borisade use on Miss Martinez. Is that correct?
Yeah, strikes.
Okay. And I believe it was your testimony earlier that while you were on the scene, you did not witness, or you might have been radioing, I think is what you said, when Officer Borisade put his hand on Miss Martinez's head and put it into the pavement. Do you recall witnessing that from the scene?
I did not witness that at the scene, him pushing her head towards the pavement, no.
Okay. So at the time that you called your supervisor, you were informing your supervisor that you were concerned with the use of force only concerning the strikes and not concerning Officer Borisade putting Miss Martinez's head into the pavement.
Objection to form.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's what I called him. I just called him real quick, just a quick concern.
Okay.
Heads up.
And what was your concern?
Basically what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I just said, there was, I just said, I want to talk to you about something. And he asked, just kind of briefly, what. And I said, with the incident and the arrest that we were just on, I said, and I said, with force and stuff used, and he said, "Are you talking about with Officer Borisade?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "I'm fully aware of it, but thank you for contacting me." Okay. The gist of.
And that was about 7.
So in that, you refer to the arrest and the incident, or the incident and the arrest that had just occurred. And Sergeant Weeks, I believe you said, responded that he was aware of the incident involving Officer Borisade.
Yes.
Now, we touched on this earlier, but do we know whether Sergeant Weeks was specifically talking about what happened in the Scores parking lot or what happened in the Sallyport?
Objection to form.
I don't know for certain. We can only make assumptions on that. I don't know. You have to ask him.
Okay, but there was nothing that you can recall specifically telling Sergeant Weeks that would have been about the Scores parking lot?
Objection to form.
I don't remember specifically mentioning the parking lot.
Okay.
Right before you went into your checkout.
It was. I was still a few minutes late, 5-10 minutes late, so it was somewhere around there, just after 7 maybe.
Okay. All right. Then you notified him by phone, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And like we said, you did the docket, he did the narrative, you guys both read it and approved it. What at the parking lot of Scores, did the actions of you guys begin to create a crowd, or?
No, sir. I don't remember a crowd at all. I remember a white truck pulling up right about the time we took her down. And then I remember it was still there actually when I told you that time that we got it maintained and I just kind of took that breather.
Yes, sir.
And I remember it was still there at that time. But there was I don't remember anybody outside. But I was so focused on her trying to get her detained. But even after the fact, I don't remember anybody outside.
Okay, and you are aware of the video that came out yesterday inside the Sallyport?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, were you aware about the other video of the parking lot? Did somebody call you this morning to let you know?
I was called. I was called about it last night, actually. Yeah, called about it last night.
Okay. So I just want to understand this. You knew about the video the day before that you gave this recorded statement?
I don't know what day it was before, but it was before the statement, yeah.
I think it said last night, I think is what it said.
Oh, maybe it was.
Let me go back here.
I was so focused on her trying to get her detained, but even after the fact, I don't remember anybody outside.
Okay, and you are aware of the video that came out yesterday inside the Sallyport?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you, were you aware about the other video of the parking lot? Did somebody call you this morning to let you know?
I was called. I was called about it last night, actually. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
And so would that mean that the night before you gave this interview was the first time that you became aware of the video?
I would imagine.
Objection to form. Sorry.
I would imagine so, by that.
Okay.
Physically resisting. Okay, sometimes things look bad, but are they justified? You see what I'm saying? So, but what you did by calling Sergeant Weeks was the appropriate response for everything, because all you wanted to do was, hey, Sarge, FYI,
yes, sir.
I may not have agreed with everything, but we're making an arrest, so, yes, I'm just keeping you in the loop in case you get questions. So that's fair enough. Did you ask her, was she on any drugs?
Would it have been important for you to tell Sergeant Weeks specifically about the Scores incident?
Objection.
Like I said, our conversation was so short, we didn't even get to specifics of the incident.
So you guys could have been talking about two totally different incidents?
It is possible, yeah.
Okay. And other than your supervisor, did you contact anybody else about the incident that occurred at Scores?
No. I didn't ask her if she was on any drugs.
Did you ask her how much she had to drink?
All she said was one cocktail, is all she told me.
Okay. What about, you didn't speak with management, did Officer Borisade, and you communicate when he came out of the business after speaking to management before you guys approached her?
About just anything?
Like the reasons why management wanted her gone?
The only thing I got from him, and I honestly couldn't tell you when it was that I got this from him, but he just said she was fired because she came to work drunk.
Okay.
Now, are they talking about what you got from Officer Borisade?
Yeah, the only info I got about the trespassing stuff was from Officer Borisade.
Okay. And let me go back just briefly here.
You guys were not able to get both handcuffs on. And if she's swinging it as a weapon, like I said, I don't think the video showed that portion. You guys were not able to get both handcuffs on.
I'm sorry.
You guys were not able to get both handcuffs on. And if she's swinging it as a weapon, like I said, I don't think the video showed that portion.
There was no, I don't remember anybody outside. But, I was so focused on her trying to get her detained. But even after the fact, I don't remember anybody outside.
Okay, and you are aware of the video that came out yesterday inside the Salad Court?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, were you aware about the other video of the parking lot? Somebody called you this morning to let you know?
I was called about it last night, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I called about it last night.
Because it was look bad, but are they justified? You see what I'm saying? So, but what you did by calling Sergeant Weeks was the appropriate response for everything. Because all you wanted to do was, hey, Sergeant, FYI.
Yes, sir.
I may not have agreed with everything, but we're making an arrest. So,
yes, sir.
I'm just keeping you in the loop in case you get questions. So that's fair enough. Did you ask her, was she on any drugs?
I didn't ask her if she was on any drugs.
Did you ask her how much she had to drink?
All she said was one cocktail, is all she told me.
Okay. What about, and you didn't speak with management, did Officer Borisade, and you communicate when he came out of the business after speaking to management before you guys approached her?
About just anything?
Like the reasons why management wanted her gone.
The only thing I got from him, and I honestly couldn't tell you when it was that I got this from him, but he just said she was fired because she came to work drunk.
Okay. She came to work drunk is what? Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
In your short time out there, because you guys just been out there for like 2 months, which is probably the equivalent of a couple of work cycles.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever responded to any of the calls with Officer Borisade?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about it. Was any of those calls you having to go hands-on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One previous, yes, sir.
Was
just one? Yes, sir.
Was it a situation that got out of control? Or?
No, sir, not at all. Well, I say out of control. It was a domestic situation where we were trying to detain the husband for domestic battery, felony domestic battery, and he resisted. The wife wanted to come out and save.
And everything was acted within policy and procedure?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, nothing stepping outside of bounds?
No, sir.
So you've handled calls with them before and it's gone well, but when crap hits the fan, things happen?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir, but...
So, was there any other concerns that you had other than the amount of strikes that was used during the arrest? Was anything said, anything racially, anything derogatory?
Nothing that I heard from him. No.
Okay. Did he ever, and I know you said you was yelling, calm down, give me your hands. Did you hear him yelling anything? Was anybody yelling, stop resisting?
I don't want to tell you yes because I'm not 100% right. So into, getting entertained that with the adrenaline going, I couldn't say for sure. No, sir.
So you see how that tunnel vision starts to work?
It does.
Auditory, visual exclusion and stuff like that. Yeah, because you guys are doing what police officers do on a daily basis. It's a dangerous damn job.
Yes,
okay? And 99% of the time we go to these calls and nothing happens and it's peaceful, and then you get that 1% where you go to a call 4 o'clock in the afternoon to remove somebody from the premises, and I don't think anybody signed up for, oh my God, this is going to get as bad as it did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us right now?
No, sir.
Do you have any questions, Detective Plea? No. All right, stand by. Let me just speak with my lieutenant and see if there's anything else that we need.
Yes, sir.
To get clarified and stuff like that, and be with you, and then you can get out of here, all right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I appreciate doing what police officers do on a daily basis.
While we're on that,
Can I take another bathroom break, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's a good break.
156. We are back on the record at 2:04.
All right, we'll just pick up where we left off.
Okay.
During the arrest, was anything said, anything racially, anything derogatory?
Nothing that I heard from him. No.
Okay. Did he ever, and I know you said you was yelling, calm down, give me your hands. Did you hear him yelling anything? Was anybody yelling, stop resisting?
You know, I don't want to tell you yes because I'm not 100%
right.
You know, so into, you know, getting entertained that I look at adrenaline going, I couldn't say for sure.
Yeah. So you see how that tunnel vision starts to work?
It does.
Auditory, you know, visual exclusion and stuff like that. Yeah, because you guys are doing what police officers do on a daily basis. It's a dangerous damn job.
Yes,
okay. And 99% of the time we go to these calls and nothing happens and it's peaceful, and then you get that 1% where you go to a call 4 o'clock in the afternoon to remove somebody from the premises, and I don't think anybody signed up for, oh my God, this is going to get as bad as it did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us right now?
No, sir.
Do you have any questions? Take the thing. All right, stand by. Let me just speak to my lieutenant and see if there's anything else that we need to get clarified and stuff like that, and be with you, and then you can get out of here, all right?
Okay. Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem, sir. Stand by.
Yes,
Stand by.
Yes, sir. No, I was just saying that.
Thank you so much, man.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fast forward a little bit here.
Sir.
Did you watch the video?
How old are you? I'm sorry, I'm 28.
Just like you. Your mom raised you right. Mom and dad raised you right.
Mom and dad raised me very right, actually. Yes, sir.
And you keep that. You never lose that, even though we deal with the job that we deal with. Okay?
Yes, sir.
When did you complete your RTR report?
Yesterday, last night.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you watch the video of the Scores parking lot prior to completing your RTR?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you
The video that you saw, who provided you that video?
It was online at that point.
Okay. So maybe from the news?
Yeah. I think I was notified of the video was out there.
Okay. Do you remember who notified you that the video was out there?
There was another officer.
Do you remember that officer's name?
I do.
And who was it?
Officer Ledoux.
Officer Ledoux?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Officer Ledoux?
She was just she went through the academy with me. The orientation portion that I jumped into.
All right. Did you and Officer Ledoux have a conversation about this video?
It was just she just told me that it was out there.
Okay. And that was on the same day that you did your response to resistance witness report?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you do recall seeing the video before writing
Yes,
this?
I did.
Okay. And again, this response to resistance witness report was completed on April 29th, 2016, correct?
Yeah, so she would have had to have notified me the 28th, I'd imagine.
Okay.
Incident on the 27th, and then that was written on the 28th, 29th.
Okay. And the incident had occurred on the 27th?
Correct.
reference it?
And I'm sorry, but what was the and the reason that you didn't do this before is because Sergeant Weeks told you not to worry about doing that because integrity has it?
The response to resistance report?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. But then he did call you, well, he eventually changed his mind and told you, or you were told something different later that you did need to fill out a R&R report.
Objection form.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything from the video to base your narrative for the report,
As far as,
or was it independent?
no, I really went into RTR as independent as possible.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that, looking, seeing the video. I saw the video,
Right.
but I went in thinking from the time of the incident.
Okay.
Looking at.
You said you actually missed some things on that you seen on the video that you missed. I guess
the time that happened.
Right. What exactly are you talking about?
I think there was a point where he actually pushed her face or whatever into the ground.
Okay.
Maybe once, maybe a couple times.
Okay.
And I didn't see that at the time that it happened.
Okay. I'm trying to. All right. I want to ask this correct. Okay. So basically, what you're saying you missed was him pushing her head into the ground. What was the reason why you think he would have done that?
Man, I wish I could tell you.
Okay.
I really do. I don't know.
How many fights have you been in your life? Physical fights?
So if you don't know why Officer Borisade, to this day, do you still not know why Officer Borisade used as much force as he did?
Objection of form.
That portion was probably because of her attempting to bite him. I don't know. That's the only reason I could think of.
Okay, but you didn't witness her attempt to bite him.
Objection of form, asked and answered.
Just being clear.
Oh man, I haven't been in any off duty or any outside of the course of the job.
Okay.
And during the course of the job with corrections in here, man, 5, 6 maybe.
So, and all the fights you've had, are you starting now to notice the tunnel vision you get?
Absolutely. I mean, I still struggle with tunnel vision when fighting now.
We all do. It's the body. Right, that's the body. I mean, you got the SWAT guys, and they train themselves how to fight it and do a lot better job as us who don't get that training. But because what I'm trying to decipher was, did you miss what you didn't see on the video because you just didn't want to see it, or is it because, hell, you guys are both looking and trying to take care of business to get her to stop resisting?
No, sir, I think it was straight adrenaline.
Okay.
There's just some things that I just missed, and when I look back in the video, I know when he pushed her head into the ground, I was trying to communicate over the radio at that point. So I think with just holding her down, trying to communicate over the radio, I think my mind was just elsewhere, and whether, I just didn't see it.
Okay.
Or it didn't register.
And so you never even noticed that until the video.
Yes,
okay. What did you think when you seen it on video?
It was tough to watch. Yeah. Even being a buddy of mine.
Yeah. Do you agree, disagree, or?
Disagree.
Okay. And like I said, something. First of all, I can see you getting emotional. Because like I said, this was emotional for a bunch of us. Because I'll be the first to tell you guys, I commend you for what you do. I think the world of what you do, and no, you don't have a lot of heroes that will sign up to do what we did. Okay? So first things first, don't you ever second guess yourself on this job. Because that'll get you killed. Okay? We can do all this Monday morning quarterbacking that we want to do, and the outside world can do the same thing, but they don't have the balls to sign up to do what we did. Alright? So you gotta stand up for that and understand something. Okay? When you get into these kind of situations, it can turn very ugly very fast. And I guess in your training is why they tell you, let's get this crap over as fast as possible. Yeah.
Is that what they tell you in your training? To just get it over with as soon as possible?
I mean, yeah, you want to stop. You want to overcome the resistance as fast as possible, yeah.
Okay. At all costs?
No.
Objection.
And a lot of times, when we see people that are smaller than us, or bigger than us, it might get us to react differently. I will ask you a question from your training to now actually you see it on the streets, because you're no longer in a sterile fight. You don't get to land on a mat when you're on the ground fighting somebody. You guys are landing on hard pavement. So if you slam somebody's head on the mat, it may not look as hard. When you slam somebody's head on the pavement and you see it from a dash cam, it looks bad. What didn't you notice on that dash cam? Tell me what you didn't see on that dash cam.
I did not see.
Yeah.
Before, her fighting us before.
Absolutely.
The reason why we took her to the ground.
Correct. Do you see her flailing the handcuffs to strike you guys? You're not going to see that, because yet again, vantage point, and yet again, it's when somebody decides to start filming. So that's what we do. Okay, we'll sit here and be the Monday morning quarterback, but I don't ever want you or any of you officers out there working doing anything excessive. But at the same time, you guys got to handle business, okay? Because if not, you'll end up getting hurt. Okay, you got to remember that. So that's not what's being seen. And the head slamming, yeah, you might not agree with it, because when we start looking back at it, and now we get to see it in a different light, while you're calm, there's no tunnel vision. Hey, I can't tell you why he did what he did, okay? But I would tell you, when you're in a fight,
things happen.
Things happen, okay?
At this point, Detective Cayenne is specifically talking about the head slamming, but you were also, prior to seeing the video, you were unaware of the head slamming.
Objection, asked and answered.
It's an answer, sorry. Yes, prior to seeing the video, I never saw or the head slamming was never mentioned.
And so, yeah.
And sometimes like they tell you in the academy, revert back to your training. Okay, you guys have been on 2 months. Okay, so other than the academy, what other training did you have to deal with this stuff? You don't have that. Okay, so sometimes people revert back to fighting and doing what they would normally do. You get up and you get her up and she kicks at you. When she kicking you, I guess you said something earlier about you trying to push her hands up. Remember?
Oh, yeah, that was afterwards. I was trying to transport her to the car.
Okay.
Just kind of answer.
So when she kicks you, what happens then?
Stand her up, she kicks. You know, I think at that point I just really tried pulling her to the car. I think it was just, get her in the car and get her secure.
Did you notice Officer Borisade slamming her head in the car?
No, I didn't notice any of that. I remember grabbing her and pulling her in the car.
Okay.
And putting her in. I honestly don't remember, no sir.
So you told me earlier in the interview there was a time that she tried to back kick you, mule kick you.
And we stood her up, yes.
Right. And then there was one that she did kick you and she possibly contacted you.
I'm not sure where we're getting to them at. I mean, I know she was kicking when we were originally trying to get her handcuffs, and she was originally stood up before she was on the ground.
Okay.
I know she was kicking. And then she mule kicked when I had her stood up in handcuffs and was about to take her to the car.
Okay.
I remember by video that making contact, but I think that was strictly from video. I don't remember anything.
Could you kick you
Absolutely, I don't remember feeling anything that she actually did.
Yep. And this is what happens. I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, because I know the RTR report was a little bit different than the arrest report.
I think just taking time to have everything settle in and, not getting much sleep over it, but, kind of laying in bed and just thinking things start coming together for me again.
Did you disagree with anything that was written on the narrative of the arrest report? Was there anything left out? Was there anything that should have been added?
I think I looked over at him and I made some corrections. As far as I think he put in there at one point that she kicked us, and I said, I don't remember actually getting kicked. I don't want to put that because I don't remember getting kicked. So it was little things like that. But as far as
was this kind of when you and Officer Borisade were having this conversation about what to keep in and what to take out of the narrative, was that all done at the Sallyport?
Yeah, it would have been all done at the Sallyport.
And would that have been done on the MDC system?
I don't know if it was done on that or if it was done in person, us talking.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Disagreeing with? I didn't have any like questions like, why'd you put this in here? I just remember saying, I'd rather not put that in there because I don't necessarily remember getting kicked, so I don't want to put that in there.
Right, so you take out something that actually happened. Now that you look at the video.
Yeah, I mean,
you see what I'm saying? But it's just because, yet again, your perception, vantage point, but also too, you're now after the environment where you're fighting someone versus you being in environment an hour and a half later completing the report.
Yes, sir.
Now you're in a sterile situation. She's in the backseat of the car. You're up front. You got an opportunity to breathe, probably get something to drink. So you actually took something out that actually happened. So, yet again, so sometimes when you write RTR, if you look at the video, or when you write the arrest report, sometimes we don't want to embellish, we don't want to put things in, but yet you took out something that was pertinent. But it's understandable because you don't remember. And a lot of times you won't remember until you see a video. So what we're just trying to do is make sure that we clear that video up. So, because like I said, just like the news media, they get to see a snippet of what happened at the Sallyport. And like the only thing we get to see from the dash cam is what someone provided. But like I said, we don't see a whole bunch of the fighting before y'all go to the ground. We don't see her flailing and swinging with one handcuff on and you trying to wrestle her to get another hand. We don't see all of that. So,
And again, her flailing and swinging the handcuff. Did you witness that?
Objection, ask and answer.
Join.
Like I said, that was a part of the squirming and the trying to maneuver. I don't think I ever specifically said swinging, but yeah, that was a part of her squirming and flailing around, trying to avoid us.
Sometimes it's a small picture of an actual big story.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, stand by one more time. Let me just make sure we put LT in and we'll get you out of here. Let me get you another water, bro.
That'd be great. Thanks
so
much.
We're almost to the end.
Yeah.
Because from the video, it's,
Last question and then we'll let you get out of here. Okay, when you watch the video from the dash cam that you saw from the scores, and you said you noticed him slam her head or push her head into the ground, was there any reason you didn't document that as a part of the RTR narrative?
Because from the video, it's, I'm getting up and getting on the radio. Like I told you before, I was trying to document as much as possible of what I kind of got from the incident and the time that happened. And I'm sure the video played a role in kind of what refreshed my memory.
Okay.
But because the way I was on the radio and looking up, and I don't think that refreshed my memory. I think that was something that I strictly got from the video.
Okay.
And I was trying to be really careful when I'm doing it because I don't, I didn't want to come across as, like I saw something when I really wasn't. Just the way, I was sitting up and looking away trying to get on the radio. I just didn't want to put anything in there that I didn't think I would.
That you didn't independently
yes, sir.
recall from your knowledge or based on the video. And in the future, if that does happen, okay, because it's just like when we testify in court and stuff like that, there's things we recollect and then there's things that I don't recall, but according to the video or the interview, this is what was said.
Okay.
So you may want to document that way, like, hey, look, I don't remember this happening, but after seeing the video, this happened.
Yes, sir.
So,
okay,
all right, and that was it. And yet again, I will tell you, okay.
After this interview with Integrity, did you ever supplement or amend or write a new response to resistance report?
No, sir.
Okay. Excuse me here. Moving on. It's a video of the incident. It's the dash cam video. Right, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are you making that another exhibit?
I can, yeah. We'll make it. What are we at? 4 now or 5? Well, let's do the IA as 4, and then we'll do this one as 5.
This one is 5. Okay, gotcha.
You mean integrity?
Integrity. Thank you. I'll get it right eventually. Okay. Let's play through all that. Officer Vickery, that was that the same video that you recall seeing prior to writing your R&R report?
RTR report, yes,
RTR
sir.
report, excuse me. Thank you. Okay. In that video that we just witnessed, you see multiple strikes, and did you see when Officer Borisade took her head and put it into the pavement?
Yeah, I saw when he pushed it towards the ground, yeah.
Okay. Have you spoken with Officer Borisade about this incident since you left the Sally Port on the 27th of April 2016?
I've seen him out and about, but I haven't spoken with him about the incident.
Okay. I think during your interview with Detective Cayenne, you said that you disagreed with the Officer Borisade's actions on that day. Do you still disagree with his actions on that day? Well, let me ask you this. Is the video still difficult to watch?
I mean, it brings back memories, but it's fine.
Did you notice how many strikes there were in the video?
I didn't count them.
Did you see Miss Martinez try to bite anybody in that video?
I couldn't see from that if she was trying to bite.
You could hear Miss Martinez say some things as she was on the ground. Or could you hear Miss Martinez say some things as she was on the ground?
Yes.
Do you remember what she was saying?
Sounded like I didn't do anything to you.
Okay. Could you hear either yourself or Officer Borisade make any demands?
I could not over her yelling no.
And I think you may have testified to this earlier, but do you have any independent recollection of Officer Borisade saying anything during the arrest? Or of this during the time of this video, the time shown in this video?
I do not. No independent.
Okay. Is Officer Borisade employed at JSO still?
No.
Other than Detective Cayenne, did you speak with anybody else in integrity about this incident?
Detective Green was there, but no. I haven't spoken with anybody else since.
Just the recorded interview?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you do, we've talked about the arrest and booking report and your RTR report. Was there any report that you filled out for the integrity unit?
No, there's no report with that.
Okay, so no written report?
No, strictly the video.
Very good. And just so we're on the same page, you did not witness Officer Borisade strike Ms. Martinez at the pretrial detention facility?
I did not see that.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions at this time.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes for this.
Record at 2:30. We're back on the record at 2:38.
Officer Vickery, I just have a few questions for you. When Ms. Martinez was arrested on April 27th, 2016, you had asked her if she was injured, and she told you no?
That's correct.
And did you believe that she had been injured?
I didn't see any signs of any injury on here, so I didn't believe she was.
And so, based on your observations and your questions to Ms. Martinez, under JSO policy, were you required to fill out an RTR report within 24 hours at that time?
Now knowing that, no, I'm not required to, unless there is injury or someone complains of injury.
If I could ask you to look at Exhibit 1. I'll grab it from the pile of the catalog.
Sorry, just be on the bottom. Okay.
And at the beginning of your depot, you told us you were dispatched to a Signal 63.
That's correct.
Dispute?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any other information about the call as you were traveling to the call?
So the in the call log, it says the complainant versed Signal 2/73, which would be a drunk or person on drugs employee refusing to leave. So it actually says the employee was drunk or on drugs and was refusing to leave.
And was that information that was reported to the dispatcher from Scores?
Correct.
And were you given that information on your way to the scene?
Yes, in the call, the dispatch screen that we get when we were dispatched, so prior to arriving on scene, that was what was in there.
So on your way to the Scores, you were told that the dispute was the complainant versus a person who was either intoxicated or on drugs, an employee who was refusing to leave the business?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we sat through the integrity interview, and I want to play a short portion of it because I think something was lost in the video. So I'm going to play the video starting at around 15 minutes into the video.
I gave her, I handcuffed her on her left arm, and we began to struggle. He struggled getting her right arm behind her back. He then grabbed her around her waist and said, "Hold on, I got this," was one thing that Officer Borisade said to me, and grabbed her around her waist and was able to take her to the ground.
Okay.
So we're able to get her to the ground, but at that time I lost control of her left hand, the one with the handcuffs still on.
Gotcha.
And so my first thought was to get that.
Let me stop you real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when you say you lost control of that one handcuff, so that means she was able to.
She was swinging.
And she was so she was actually swinging the handcuff as a weapon, or.
So when you were interviewed by Detective Cayenne, who brought up the fact that she was swinging first?
On the video, I said that first. I said swing first.
And is that because that's what you recalled?
At the time, yes.
In April, or on April 27th, 2016, how much did you weigh?
About the same as I do now, about 162, 163.
And how tall are you?
5'10".
Okay. That's all I have.
I've got one follow-up.
Well, you want to see if the guys on the phone have any?
Oh, sure. That's right.
Anybody on the phone have any questions?
None from this end. Sean Cologne.
Okay. Is anybody for Mr. Borisade on the line?
No, they aren't on.
Okay. Okay, clear.
Just one follow-up question. I believe you were just shown this, the CAD log.
Yes, sir.
And I believe it said some information about the employee refusing to leave. Does it say why she refused to leave?
It does not.
Okay. You found. When did you learn of the reasons why she? Well, let me ask you this: when you arrived at the scene, were you made aware that Scores was in possession of Miss Martinez's personal items?
Yeah, at some point while I was on scene.
No further questions.
Okay, we'll read it.
Actually, I apologize. I did have just one quick question.
Okay.
This is Sean Cologne, and I represent I help the board. I did have just one question. I know there was a lot of information today, but it sounded like, and this is going to be my question, do you have any information about what took place before you arrived?
I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt, but would you start the question again? You're breaking up.
I didn't touch it.
He's still in there.
You still there?
Yes, okay, you guys can still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I thought I got disconnected. But the question is, I know that you arrived after being called by dispatch. I was wondering, did you have any details or information about what took place in the club before you arrived?
You're still breaking up. Did I have any information about what again, please?
Any information regarding what took place in the club before you arrived?
No, before I arrived, no.
And are you familiar at all with Scores, procedures, or policies?
I'm sorry. Are you familiar at all with
the procedures or policies for Scores with trespassing?
Procedure or policy for Scores as it relates to trespassing?
Yes, exactly.
No, I am not.
Okay, then yes, no further questions.
And that concludes the deposition. It is 2:45.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe, give this video a thumbs up, and press the notification bell. Additionally, you can view our playlists and most recent videos. Thank you for watching.